might get a verdict on the YNW Melly trial today. Kind of unlikely, but it's possible. The trial essentially is done. Okay. Now, we're gonna kind of stay mostly focused on this YNW Melly trial. Like sometimes we get sidetracked with other topics that's obviously important in the space, but it's getting down to crunch time. This is the moment that we streamed over like 16 or 17 days for. So it's getting up to deliberations. There's going to be closing arguments today. We did miss one day, so I'm going to give you guys an update, and we're going to go through. The state had rested their case. Now we had to see what the defense had to bring to the table, and apparently it wasn't a lot. I think they only interviewed one guy, and they put one guy on the stand, and that person said something that they believe was kind of groundbreaking. However, who knows if the jury will believe it. So we're going to recap that real quick, and then we're going to get into today, which is probably going to be closing arguments on both sides. This could take the entire day. I would imagine, at least for the prosecutor, they would probably finish up at lunch, and possibly before the end of the day, that's when the defense would finish up with their closing statements. Now, you're going to find out a bunch of things. Like, for example, I realized that the jury here, it's been decided that the jury has been sequestered. Let me just put the trial on right now. By the way, if you're wondering why I got this on, I don't know, man. Them scallywags at Drake concert, man, them bitches gave me COVID or some shit. I don't know what the fuck, man. Woke up today. You know, it's summertime today. I feel like I am fucking freezing. So I just got like a blanket on. And I turned the heat on, whatever, right? Yes. So, by the way, I think what's happening now, okay, all right. I think what's happening now is that the judge is reading some instructions to the jury, or maybe something of the sort like that. Well, we're going to tap in a second. I just want to give you the real quick recap. So, basically, here's how quickly shit's going to move. We could possibly have a verdict by today or tomorrow. I don't see this going past Monday or latest Tuesday. That's if the jury are really deliberating and maybe maybe they're torn a bit. But I think we're going to get a verdict very soon. Now, I learned some shit too, so I'm trying to help educate y'all. Apparently, they sequestered the jury, which means once they go into deliberations, the jury will not be allowed to go back to their regular house. They will be put up in a hotel until they come to a verdict. Why? Because once the deliberation process starts, they don't want anyone outside of this courtroom or this trial process to influence a juror, to try to bribe a juror, any of the sort. So essentially, after today, the jury will not be allowed to go home until they give a verdict, which you could also think about it like this. Now the jury is going to try to, first of all, they're going to probably miss the weekend, right? So they're going to come to, I would believe, a verdict very expeditiously, especially if, at least in their mind, it's cut and dry. We don't know where they're leaning. Anyway, let me give the quick recap of yesterday. Actually, it wasn't yesterday because yesterday court wasn't on. This would be of Tuesday. So let me show what really happened. So, okay. Here's the big thing that happened, right? Let me see if I can bring this up. Okay, cool. So essentially, the only person, and by the way, the first thing I should show you is that Melly has declined the ability to testify. By the way, you just like Tory Lanez declined to testify, Melly will not take the stand. I think this is the right decision. I know Tory's having a little bit of buyer's remorse because he didn't take the stand, but now people are like, well, if you didn't shoot her, why didn't you take the stand? Listen, this is a complicated legal process, and the prosecutor, if anybody they want on the stand is the actual person they feel is a suspect, that they can sink their teeth in to make their point. You want to protect your client who probably isn't that eloquent, who probably could say something to trip you up or trip up the defense you've given thus far. You want the prosecutor to prove you're guilty, not your client to fuck up and then allow a guilty verdict to be seen. So the judge asked Melly, and this is what happened.
Defendant, and I guess Mr. Demmons, I need to talk to you, ask you a few questions. All right? You heard what your attorney said. He said he's resting. No further witnesses. Do you hear that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I don't know what discussion you had with your attorneys. You've got competent lawyers there. I mean, you've seen them perform here. You've discussed things with them, I assume, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have a right to testify, and you also have a right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if you do testify, I'm going to instruct the jury that they have to consider your testimony as they would any other witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And if you don't testify, I'm going to instruct the jury that you have a right not to testify, and they can't consider that, hold that against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So my question, I guess, is did you have enough time to talk about this issue about you testifying or not testifying? Did you have enough time to discuss that with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
Did they answer all your questions?
Yes, sir.
And what is your decision?
I will not testify.
You will not be testifying.
No, sir.
Is anyone forcing you or coercing you to make this decision?
No, sir.
Anybody make any promises or on the contrary, make any threats to get you not to testify?
No, sir.
This is your free and voluntary decision?
Yes, sir.
So let me go further. You heard your attorney said he rests, he's not going to call any other witness. That includes you, but no other witnesses. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other witnesses that you wanted your attorneys to call and present to the jury?
No, sir.
Any other evidence that you wanted your attorneys to present to this jury?
No, sir.
You good? You satisfied with their performance?
Yes, sir.
All right. And
He has a nice smile. Pause. Is that gay?
everything that you wanted the jury to hear and listen to is before the jury. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask, State, are you going to call any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
By the way, I can imagine Melly's team has discussed this. This is just a formality that could be put on the record that he understands that. By the way, there was only one witness that the defense called. I'm about to play that person's testimony, but they just have to put it on the record that he's okay with the performance of his lawyers, because what usually happens if a nigga loses the case, they start blaming the lawyer. You get what I mean? I'm going to show you the person that they put on the stand, which is this guy. They said this is YNW Melly's best friend. Okay, he's the only person the defense called, and he gave some valuable insight, and also he stood up to cross-examination. So let's play this real quick, and then we're gonna get right into closing statements. Again, by the way, we are expecting the jury to get this case probably around 3 p.m., maybe 2 p.m. And if that's the case, I don't think there will be a verdict today. However, there might be a verdict. I'm not sure if they're going to just say come back on Monday. I would probably think not, because since they're sequestering the jury can't go back home. So they got to stay in a hotel. So, of course, they would want to come in on Friday and try to figure this shit out. So let's see.
Were affirmed the testimony that you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Adrian Shard Davis.
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
Adrian.
Let's skip a little bit into it.
How old are you?
24.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor, improper bolster.
Do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What is it?
AD.
Okay. First of all, take your hand away from your mouth, because these folks have to hear it. Okay? Now, I need you to speak into the mouth. Do you know someone by the name of Anthony Williams?
Yes.
Do you know what his nickname was?
Set.
Do you know someone by the name of Christopher Thomas?
Yes.
Do you know what his nickname was?
Julie.
Do you know a person by the name of Cortland Henry?
Yes.
And you know his nickname?
Yes.
What is it? You know,
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I'm sorry,
Board.
Bort, B-O-R-T. You know, Jamel,
Yes.
do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you point him out for us?
Right there.
This young man right here?
Yes.
You know him by another name?
Melly.
Do you know someone by the name of Trevon Glass?
Yes.
Do you know his nickname?
Fetty. Thank.
Do you know someone by the name of Jacoby Mills?
Yes.
And do you know his nickname?
Kobe.
And how about, you know someone by the name of Dontavius Withers?
Yes.
And you know his nickname?
Tate.
Let's start off with the first individual I named, Anthony Williams, also known as Seth. How did you meet him?
9th to 10th grade school.
How about Christopher Thomas? How did
Same.
you meet him?
During school.
Cortland or Cortland Henry?
Met him in elementary.
How about Mel?
6th grade.
Trevon Glass?
Probably during school, 9th to 10th grade.
And his nickname was
Fetty.
Yo, Shane Rhodes, see you out of here.
Jacoby Mills.
Since elementary.
Okay. And finally, Dontavius Withers.
Down here. For a lot of the.
So you went to school with Williams, Thomas, Henry, Melly, Glass, and Mills. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Everybody's talking. I'm moving. At any time during school, did any of you have any problems with each other?
No, not at all.
Would you label yourself good friends, associates, close friends, or what?
Good friends, close friends, best friends.
Now, did Melly also have another name besides Melly and Jamel?
Yeah.
What was it?
We only called him that those crazy legs.
Crazy Legs.
Yeah.
And why was he called Crazy Legs?
Because he liked to dance.
And that's why he got that nickname.
Yeah.
Was Melly a big kid, normal sized kid when you guys were in school?
Small.
Did there come a time that Melly, and when I'm referring to Melly, I'm referring to this young man, Jamel.
Yes.
Did there come a time that Melly got involved in the music industry,
Yes.
specifically rap music?
Yeah, back then.
Now, you grew up where?
Vero Beach.
And do you still live up in that area?
No, sir.
Where do you live?
West Palm.
And by the way, what do you do for a living?
My granddad owns properties, rental properties and stuff, real estate. So we just cut grass, paint, whatever we need to do, keep the properties up.
I want to draw your attention to the year of 2018.
Mhm.
Did there come a time that you came down to Broward County, Miramar, Florida?
Yes.
About when was that?
I don't remember exactly, but I want to say probably like September, July, something.
Okay. And where did you stay?
At Jamel's house.
Who else was living at Jamel's house when you came down in August or September of 2018?
Me, Jacoby, Melly, Sack, Juvie,
Juvie was Christopher Thomas.
Yes, Tay and Cortland.
And was Melly in the rap music business at that time?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Did you all get along together?
Yes.
Were there ever any arguments, fights amongst you guys?
No.
And is that where you met Dontavius Withers?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
Tay.
Who was paying the bills at the house?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Melly was.
Let's go to the day of October 25th, and so you have an idea where I am. This incident that we're here on occurred in the early morning hours of October 26th. Okay? And I'm referring to the shootings of Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. On October 25th, the morning of, and during the day, what were you doing?
Just chilling at the house, hanging, smoking and drinking.
Who were you smoking and drinking with?
Jacoby, Tay, everybody who usually be at the house.
Okay. Williams,
Yeah.
Thomas,
Yes.
Portland Henry,
Yes.
Trevon Glass,
Yes.
Dontavius Withers.
Yes.
And were there plans to go to a recording studio that evening?
Yes.
Did you in fact go to the recording studio?
Yes.
And that was after you all were, for lack of a better term, smoking dope, weed,
Yeah.
correct? And having a few drinks.
Yeah.
What was the drink of choice, out of curiosity?
Hennessy.
Hennessy.
Yeah.
Who all went to the studio?
Me, Jacoby, Melly, Sack, Juvie, Cortland, Trayvon, and Tay.
Okay. Do you all go in the same car?
No.
Going to the studio, approximately what time did you get there?
I don't remember.
Was it during the day or at night?
At night.
Did you go in the same car, or were there two cars?
We took 2 cars.
What type of cars were they?
A Jeep and Mitsubishi.
What color was the Mitsubishi?
Red.
Will you tell this jury who got into the red Mitsubishi to go to the studio?
Me, Jacoby, Tay, and Fetty, Trayvon.
Okay. And who got into the Jeep to go to the studio?
Melly, Sack, Juvie, and Boyd.
Who drove? Do you know who drove the Mitsubishi to the studio?
Tay.
That would be Dontavius Withers.
Yeah.
Do you know who drove the Jeep to the studio?
I think Boyd did.
Okay, that would be Cortland.
Cortland, yeah.
And what was the purpose of going to the studio?
To make music.
Did anyone fall asleep at the studio?
Yes.
Who?
We all did.
That was from the day of smoking weed and having a few drinks.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Did any arguments occur between any of you at the studio?
No, not at all.
Did there come a time that you all left the studio?
Yes.
Did you leave the studio earlier than what was scheduled?
Yeah, I believe so. So we were all in there asleep.
Will you tell the jury who got into the red Mitsubishi?
Me, Jacoby, Trayvon, and Tate, Dontravius.
You know who got into the Jeep?
Cortland, Jamel, Seth, and Judy.
Where were you going?
Home.
Did anyone fall asleep in your car?
Yeah, we about all did except for the driver.
Did there come a time that you were woken up before you got to the house?
Yes.
What happened?
We pulled over, and that's when Melly got in the car with us.
Do you know where you pulled over?
And I don't really remember.
Were you woken up?
Yeah, but
Why?
it was like, because I was getting pushed over a little bit.
And are you 100% sure that this young man got into the red Mitsubishi?
Yes.
What happened to the Jeep?
I think they just kept going.
Where'd you go?
It froze.
Did he have to unlock the door?
Yes.
Do you know who has the keys to Melly's house on October 26th in the early morning hours?
Jamel and Borton. They the only one who had keys to the house.
Did you have a key to the house?
No.
Did Williams have a key to the house?
No.
Did Christopher Thomas have a key to the house?
No.
Did Trevon Glass have a key to the house?
No.
Did Jacoby Mills have a key to the house?
No.
And how about Dontavius Williams? Did he have a key?
No.
Okay. So the only two people you know who had a key to the house was this young man
Yes.
and Cortland Henry.
Yes.
Did you see this young man unlock the door of the house?
Yes.
Who was the last person to get out of the red Mitsubishi to go inside the house?
Trayvon, he was in the car still asleep.
He was in the car asleep when you got to his house?
Yeah.
Did you see where Melly went?
To his room.
And where was his bedroom?
When you first walked in the house, it can't miss it. It's right down the left.
Okay. This is a 1 or 2 story house.
2.
Where did you go? Where did Dontavius Withers go? Where? I'll break it up.
Thank you.
Do you know where Dontavius Withers went?
To his room upstairs.
Do you know where Trevon Glass went?
To the room upstairs.
Do you know where Jacoby Mills went?
He slept on me.
So the 3 of you, the 4 of you went upstairs,
Yeah.
correct? And this young man went into his bedroom.
Yes.
Same. Rephrase.
How many people went upstairs to go to sleep?
30.
And you?
Yeah.
That would be,
Me, Jacoby, Melly. Well, no. Melly was downstairs in his room. Me, Jacoby, Fetty, and Tate. So 4 of us.
okay. And Melly went to his bedroom.
Yes.
Did there come a time in the early morning hours that you were woken up and heard some distressing news?
Yes.
What did you hear?
That second Julie was shot.
When you heard that, did you see Melly in the house?
Yes.
did you see Melly how he was dressed in the house?
Yes.
What was he wearing?
Shorts and a t-shirt, I think.
Okay. Upon hearing that Sack and Juvie, and I really should use the correct names, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, were shot, what did you guys do?
We were already dressed and stuff, so we just left with Fredo's house.
Was anybody upset or crying?
Yeah, we all were crying.
Was this young man crying?
Yes,
Are you sure of that?
positive.
Your Honor. Preston Laser.
And where'd you go?
Fredo's house.
That would be Fredo Bang.
Yeah.
Do you know Fredo Bang's real name?
No.
Frederick Gibbons, by any chance?
Yeah, I think I've seen
Did there come a time after you got to the house of Fredo Bang that Cortland Henry showed up?
it. Yes.
Did Cortland Henry tell you what happened?
Yeah, he said it was a drive-by.
Abstain.
When Cortland Henry arrived at Fredo Bang's house, was Melly there?
Yes.
Did you eventually leave that house?
Yes.
Approximately what time did you leave that house?
I really don't remember.
Where'd you go?
Back to Jamel's house.
Who went with you?
Me, Trayvon, Jacoby, and Fetty.
By the way, when you first learned that Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas were shot at the house with Melly, did anyone get on the phone?
Yeah.
Did anyone have any problem locating their phone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jamel.
You, when I backed up for a minute, you were telling the jury that you went back to Melly's house.
Mm-hmm.
You got an answer, yes or no? She
Oh,
can't
yes.
shake- She can't take down, shake your head. How'd you get in?
The door was unlocked.
Were you aware whether or not Melly had a contractual agreement to do a video shoot that day?
Yeah, it was something like that. I know he probably would have lost a lot of money if he didn't go to the music video. He was upset.
Was Melly crying at Frito Bang's house?
Yes.
Were you crying?
Yes.
Because you all grew up together.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Now, did you in fact tell this what
I heard closing arguments is starting. We're gonna get to it right after. We only have like a couple more minutes of this.
happened on October 25th and 26th to this particular prosecutor?
Yes.
Were any of us, any of the lawyers present?
Objection, relevance.
Abstain.
Did you tell the prosecutor, when you spoke to the prosecutor, were you under oath,
Yes.
sworn to tell the truth?
Yes.
Objection, proper bolstering.
Sustain.
Are you 100% sure
Objection, asked and answered.
that Melly got into the red Mitsubishi to go home?
Yes.
Are you 100% sure that this young man learned of the shooting of his friends at the exact same time you learned of it?
Yes.
And that was at the house.
Yes.
Are you 100% sure that when people were getting on the phone, that this young man was looking for his phone to call people?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sidebar.
I have no further questions.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're ready to make proceed?
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you said you're 100% sure that Mr. Dennis found out at the same time you did.
Yes.
No questions about that. You're sure he was at that house?
Yes.
And you were upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
He was downstairs.
Yes.
But you're sure he was there, you could see him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you are 100% sure his phone was missing?
Yes.
Where in this statement on May 5th did you ever say that?
Objection.
This objection?
It was never asked.
Thank you. Counsel, so I guess the objection is improper impeachment, so rephrase your question. I sustain the
So,
objection.
you met with me on May 5th, 2022, you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember sitting down, you were present, that's a yes?
Yes.
Your two attorneys were present that you brought, that's a yes?
Yes.
And I asked you questions for quite a number of hours. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember being asked if you had met with anyone else with regards to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember being asked if you had met prior to speaking with me with the attorney sitting over to my left?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know who they were, and my lawyers told you that.
Okay.
I didn't know their names.
But you remember meeting with them?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember asking and being asked a question about what you talked about with them?
Yes.
Did you remember what you told them?
No.
Do you remember what you told them now?
Yes.
So are you telling this jury that when you were speaking with me, you forgot?
As in, what I'm telling them now, as of right now, yes.
So on the phone on that, do you remember if Mr. Devins had a passcode on his cell phone back then?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? And in terms of, would you be surprised to find that there was one on that cell phone?
No.
Did you know the passcode?
I don't think so. I don't even remember if he had one. We all use this phone sometimes. We all use each other's phones.
So you would use his cell phone? Why?
Talk to females.
Do you pretend to be him to get women? Because you couldn't get them on your own?
Objection.
Why would you use his phone then?
Let me rule before you ask the next question. All right?
Somebody sneak this.
It's overruled. Go ahead, answer your question. Ask your next question.
So, with regards to your living situation there, you were not paying any rent, right?
Oh, no.
And nobody was paying any rent in that house except for the defendant.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So, you remember that evening driving to the studio?
People fucking me up.
Yes.
You remember who was in which car?
On the way there, yes.
And you remember who was on each car on the way back?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any threats that were made to anyone that night?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone have any other conversations or discussions about threats from outside parties?
No, ma'am.
Was anyone worried about their safety?
No, ma'am. Melly's a rapper, you know, he's always gonna be a target.
I'm sorry.
I said he's a rapper, so he's always gonna be a target.
Okay. And do you remember stopping on the side of the road?
Yes,
Where did you stop?
I don't remember. It's like flashes and blinks, drinking and smoking, so I just know we stopped.
You know you stopped.
Yeah,
Okay. And do you remember if that was on a highway?
not at all.
Okay. Do you remember if it was on a divided 4-lane road?
No, man.
Do you remember if you guys were using GPS to get home?
No, man.
Okay. Do you remember if you knew the route home?
No,
Okay. Do you remember what phone number you had back then?
no, man.
You don't remember your phone number?
5 years ago, so.
Okay. Do you remember if you were awake or asleep?
Just told you we were asleep.
You were asleep.
Yeah.
And you said you were intoxicated?
You did answer out
Yeah.
loud.
Yes.
Do you know why the car stopped?
No.
Do you have any conversations or messages with the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a phone call with him?
No, ma'am.
When you stopped, was the gray Jeep in front of the red Mitsubishi?
Yeah, I believe so.
Have you ever answered that question differently?
I don't think so.
If I were to show you your statement from May 5th of 2022, would that help you in answering if you'd ever said something different than what you just testified in court?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, approaching with page 33 of the statement, counsel. Will you just read silently to yourself?
One line?
Lines 18 through 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I basically told you I don't remember.
Okay, so now your answer is I don't remember if the
Yeah.
Jeep was in front or the Mitsubishi was in front.
If you watched the video, they pulled off first, so I like it. It was in front of us.
Oh, so you watched the video.
You showed it to me.
In terms of the trial, have you been watching that online?
No, ma'am.
In terms of when you got home, you mentioned that you said Mr. Demons went to his room.
Yes.
Have you ever answered that question differently?
No.
Okay. On May 5th, 2022, remember that statement?
Mm-hmm.
At that point, did you say, I don't know where he went? I assume his room.
I don't know.
You don't. But looking at your statement, help refresh your recollection on that?
Yes.
Okay, page 34, lines 12 and 13, counsel.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you previously give a different statement that you didn't know where he went and you were assuming he went to his room?
Yeah. He went into.
So with regards to the car, you're saying that you got pushed over when somebody got in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And with regards to being pushed over, did you wake up when that happened?
Like it was flashes. Like yeah, I guess you could say I woke up.
Okay. And did they move you over or climb over you?
I don't remember.
Have you ever made a statement that's different than that?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay. Again, page 33. Question was asked, did they climb over to get you to the middle, over you to get to the middle of the back seat? Your answer was, I think I was at the window, so no, I think they might have climbed over.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that somebody climbed over you or you pushed over?
I mean,
Or that you don't remember?
yeah, I don't really remember.
You don't really remember?
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the phone, right? Did you see anyone get into that gray Jeep?
No.
You remember going to Frito Bank's house?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember seeing the defendant there? Is that a yes?
Yeah, he was there with us.
And you remember leaving there afterwards?
Yes.
And you remember going back to the defendant's house?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember at that point that when you went back to the defendant's house, it was you, Travion Glass, or Fetty, and Jacoby Mouse. That's it?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you said that you were in and out of sleep and intoxicated.
Yes.
And in terms of you remember that Travion was the last person to get out of the car?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Do you believe so, or do you remember? Which is it?
Yes.
And you know, and you mentioned about Mr. Demmons looking for his phone, right?
Yes.
So of course he used your phone to call it and try and find it, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember how he was trying to find his phone?
Just in the house looking for it, just like you would do if you lost yours.
So he didn't, try and do Find My iPhone or anything like that. Of course he used yours to do that, right?
I don't remember.
Of course he used something like, an Apple iWatch and set it off.
Objection, there's no testimony that he had
I
it.
don't remember.
Excuse me, please.
Okay.
One at a time. You asked the question. Objection noticed. Overruled.
So of course he did all that. He went on Find My iPhone and he's looking for it.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay. And of course he is using everybody else's phone to try and find it.
I don't know.
You don't remember. Okay. But conveniently the phone's missing that morning.
Objection to the form.
Abstain.
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
So with regards to your conversation, you had texted back and forth with the defendant prior to this event occurring, right?
Yes.
And he sent you a picture of his driver's license from that phone number.
Yes.
Oh. So you knew Mr. Demmons, the defendant, Melly, to use that cell phone, 772-713-9807.
I don't know what the numbers is.
You had them saved in your phone, right?
Yeah, but I can't just remember a phone number like that from that long ago.
Oh. And your testimony is that he's looking all over the house.
Yeah.
For the phone. So in terms of the phone, did you see it again that day?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. Okay. And in terms of the phone traveling up to the video shoot up in Cocoa, you don't know how the phone would have gotten up there.
I don't know.
And you didn't shoot Mr. Williams or Mr. Thomas, right?
No.
But you know who we're talking about, right?
Chris and Anthony.
Yes. And in terms of the messages and things for Mr. Henry, you're aware that his phone was broken at that time, right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
In terms of Mr. Demons, you know he was dating Mariah Hamilton.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know that Mr. Demons would FaceTime her on a regular basis.
Objection.
What's the objection?
There's no evidence of that.
I don't know.
Overruled.
So you know, and Mr. Demons would,
Excuse me, use the correct name.
Mr. Demons, my apologies. Mr. Demons would FaceTime and video chat frequently.
Yes, that's what you got a phone for.
And Mr. Davis, you never met with Detective Mark Money? You never gave a statement?
No, ma'am.
And so the first time that you ever said anything about the phone being missing was today, July 18, 2023?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Few questions.
Is there any regret? Go ahead, sir.
Detective Moretti never even talked to you during this investigation, did he?
No, sir.
And the bottom line is, at the time you learned that Christopher and Anthony were shot, Zach and Juvie were shot, this man was at his house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell that to the state?
Yes.
And were they the first ones who contacted you about this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
This witness excused?
Yes.
Sir, thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused. Counsel?
We would, at this time, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow.
Shows directionality.
Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be defense? C, the defendant is not guilty. Goes on further. Listen closely.
The system does not work without.
Right now. Something like that. Ben.
So we're going to start on the trajectory routes. If you recall, on the outside, the most important aspect of the ones on the outside of the car is they show that this was not a drive-by.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Wow, I'm an idiot for being muted. So what that friend did, but I think it might come back around to fuck Melly. Pause. The friend basically is filling in the timeline for the jury. The friend is saying, "Yeah, I know all y'all got is that the phone was in the car, but Melly wasn't in the car. How do I know Melly was in the car? We picked Melly up." That goes against what the prosecutor's been saying, that Melly called Fredo Bang to pick him up. Now, he admits, he says, yeah, we pick him up, we go to the house, then we go to Fredo Bang's house. Okay? Now, I'm guessing they don't have call records on Fredo Bang, so they don't know. So it looked like the prosecutor might be a little bit hazy on, did he actually get picked up by Fredo Bang? Now, here's the thing. They know he did leave the scene, though. They definitely know that because they see the phone supposedly moving, which this is where it's going to come back, I think, to bite Melly's team a bit. Because the guy who's saying he picked up Melly, he's in the red Mitsubishi. When they go back to the apartment, they drive through, because it's a gated community, and there's a surveillance camera there. You see a bunch of people sleeping in the car, except the driver. Now, you can't really see who it is, but you could kind of give a count of how many people. If Melly's telling the truth, it should be 5 people in that car. There were 4 before, they picked up Melly, that's 5. If it's only 4, where was Melly? I think the prosecution is going to use that to try to hammer shit home to say, yo, that witness was lying, they never picked up Melly, right? We would have seen on surveillance footage. And also, this whole thing that Melly never had his phone, we have Melly's phone being tracked, going blah, blah, blah. You get what I mean? So somebody says he was lying on somebody's lap. It's going to get dicey. Again, this guy who took the stand, being the only witness for Melly's side, he did as great of a job as you possibly could do in just like trying to absolve Melly from the situation. He basically is vouching that, oh, Melly only found out when we found out. They asked him, they said, why did the car stop? Why did Melly get out? I don't know. He just got out. You know? Again, they're trying to make it add up, but it creates more questions. Were they arguing in the studio? No. Did Melly say anything after he got in the vehicle? No. How y'all know y'all all found out together when y'all stay upstairs at the house and Melly was downstairs? How did he know? We were getting messages. Wait, how did he get a message? You said his phone wasn't with him. You know you don't fucked up, right? So there's a couple little things there that they're gonna try to, be like, yo, that nigga's a liar. I think they're gonna point out in closing statements. There's a couple holes still there. It's gonna be like, yo, wait, how did Melly find out? Remember, they're saying Melly didn't have the phone. So if Melly don't got the phone, how does he find out? Why does the phone say it got tracked or traced to the house? Yeah. Let's see. Let's keep it going, though.
Keyholing. If you remember, you learned about keyholing. That would be an angle of entry on that. So he then showed you the blue star. And if you recall, ladies and gentlemen, this chemical reacts no matter how many years later, no matter what attempt at cleanup is done. The chemical is still going to react to the presence of the blood. So then you have that reaction. And that reaction, ladies and gentlemen, tells you that someone is sitting in this seat. Because, as Detective Williams illustrated, it's where the blue star isn't. So there is no blood. There's no blood where someone's would have been sitting. There's no blood where their legs would have been, and you can see on the V that's indicated on that. And there's no blood on the back of the seat. So ladies and gentlemen, what does that tell you? The killer was sitting there. And there's no blood because something was blocking it from getting onto that area of the car. So what do we know as well from this car? We know that there was also that this door was closed. How can that be said? Because, ladies and gentlemen, the blue star here shows that this door was shut because there was blood on this door handle. You have from this as well the headliner. So the headliner shows directionality. The headliner shows the way Anthony Williams' head was positioned when he was shot. That's one aspect of it. That DNA that was tested is all Anthony Williams, but we'll get to that. So the DNA, very strong support. 51.2 septillion times more likely to be that of Anthony Williams than any unrelated individual in the world. That was from Kurt Rhodes. If you recall, he was the expert on DNA. He told you and taught you how DNA is done, how everything works. So now, putting those two things together, you can say, and the evidence shows, Anthony Williams, the way his head was in that Jeep, is that he is sitting in this front passenger seat, and as you can see, all the blood is dripping down the back of the seat. That tells you, ladies and gentlemen, and from the angle of entry when we get to the medical examiner's information, that his head was right here.
Hey, the more they show the bullet wounds, they're going to show the bodies, they're going to show the car, the blood. This is what I think they're hoping that people are going to, like the jurors are going to, it's seeing the clothes of a dead man and seeing dead people. It's going to hit you hard like there's a real crime that happened here, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, that during the course of this shooting, Cortland Henry has his...
By the way, you know what the friend also did? I just thought about it. The friend of Melly, he also basically tries to counter the narrative. Remember, Melly goes to a video shoot the next day, and he's just chilling, just stacking and stacking. It shows that Melly was crying, where he says, yo, Melly was emotional. It makes him seem like a human, because everything we see on video is Melly laughing.
Side of his shirt, not the front. So on here you have the blowback coming there, and that's, again, 32.2 septillion times more likely to be the DNA of Anthony Williams. So then we have the back of the shirt. And so if you recall, the blood on the back of the shirt is right here. And that blood, Christopher Thomas, a single source profile. So what does that tell you, ladies and gentlemen? That tells you that Cortland Henry didn't fire the fatal shot for Christopher Thomas. Here's why. that blood is coming from Mr. Thomas when he is shot. The blood's only moving like that, as you heard from Sergeant Williams, when there is a pulse, when there is pressure. Remember the garden hose analogy that he used and talked about? That's when you're getting the blood that's going to be coming out of the body. And on that, so from there, you know, Cortland Henry is ducked over and flinching away from Christopher Thomas. So he cannot get that shot on Christopher Thomas from where he is seated in the driver's seat. Even if he was in the back seat, let's argue that for a second. To get the blood there, he would have to have been completely turned facing backwards to Mr. Thomas and then turned and shot over his shoulder to get blood on the back of his shirt. That's not reasonable inside of a car. What is reasonable is that he's driving, the shot happens to Anthony Williams in the back of the head, blood gets on the front of his shirt. He flinches, comes down, shot happens to Christopher Thomas, blood gets on the back of the shirt. So that was the other aspect that we learned from Anthony Williams, because there was the entrance and the exit wound. So from there, ladies and gentlemen, you can tell, again, the side-to-side orientation of the head, because that front passenger window is blown out. That tells you that his head was not upright, but it was laying over to the side. Because if you recall, the entrance on Mr. Williams is back behind his left ear, and the exit is up here in his hairline. If he was sitting up and awake and knew what was going on, you would expect to find a projectile in the headliner and the roof of that Jeep. But you don't. Instead, you know, based on his head angle, that it goes out the window, blows out the glass. For Christopher Thomas, he is in the rear. So what do you know about Christopher Thomas's wound? That it's coming in at almost 90 degrees on the left side of his face, and that there is stippling. You learned about stippling, the imprint of unburnt gunpowder into the skin of a living human being. Powder tattooing, it's also called. So on Christopher Thomas, you learned from Sergeant Williams, as well as from the medical examiners, that the firearm that inflicted that wound was approximately 3 inches to no more than 3 feet. Sergeant Williams said his estimation is no more than 12 inches away. And so why is that important? Let's go back and argue the Cortland Henry. If Cortland Henry was making these shots from the driver's seat, you would expect Anthony Williams to be covered in stippling, because they're that much closer and nothing would be blocking or impeding that shot. But if the shot is instead coming from the rear passenger side, you're not going to have that same stippling on Anthony Williams because the seat's in the way. Cortland Henry, there is nothing blocking it, so you have the stippling. So ladies and gentlemen, that's one of the things that you would notice, and the differences that show that why it could not have been Cortland Henry in the driver's seat with this weapon. We know it can the backseat passenger, it could have been, because there is stippling. If it was the backseat passenger was shot by the driver, you wouldn't see that pattern of stippling because they couldn't get close enough to make that pattern in that imprint. So then we have all the drive-by on the trajectory rods that we've talked about briefly. But this one is important because this is talking about strike K. So why is strike K important, right? Strike K comes in and hits the front of the rear door. That tells you that that door was open when that drive-by was staged. Because as you heard from Sergeant Williams, if this was actually a drive-by, this is what you would have seen. Strikes coming in at different angles, at obtuse angles. There would be angles of entry that would show either a pattern of speeding up or slowing down. But instead, you have them coming in at 90 degrees. And that goes for the front, on the driver's side door, the rear driver's side door, and then you have stripe K going across. And remember, this is Chris Carter took this picture that shows you where stripe K impacted this door. If this door had been closed, you would expect it to be going into the speaker. That's where you would expect it if it had been a closed door. That's not what happened. Also, if that had happened during a drive-by, whoever was sitting in that rear driver's side passenger seat would have had a projectile right through their knees. That was the path of that bullet. Talking about as well on the driver. If you recall, ladies and gentlemen, projectiles are found underneath the brake pedal. You don't see any injuries on Mr. Henry. He got out of that car too. So the shots from the back of the car, same angle of entry. They're not coming from the side. They're not coming in like there's any difference. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to talk about the medical examiner's information. I know it's difficult. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a picture up briefly, then I'm going to move to a blank slide to talk about it. So everyone, not trying to traumatize anyone. It's part of the case and it's evidence, so I apologize.
I think she's going to show the bodies.
So as you've
She won't
learned,
see it. She won't see it.
Anthony Williams' autopsy was conducted by Dr. McDougall. Dr. McDougall, if you remember, had COVID. She came in and testified. So again, we have Anthony Williams. What did you learn during the course of Anthony Williams' autopsy? You learned that this is one of 3 times that Dr. McDougall could ever testify what was the fatal shot and which shots were post-mortem. And so I'm going to move on, and the next picture is going to show the fatal shot. Again, A is the entry wound, and E is the exit wound. And again, that shows the angle in which his head was positioned. And also it shows the lack of stippling, showing that that firearm was further away than that of from the wound that was inflicted on Christopher Thomas. So then I'm going to show you for comparison the difference with the post-mortem, where it's white, there's no hemorrhaging, there's no signs of life, body bleeding on these wounds. And these are the ones, if you recall, to his shoulder and to his torso. And so the one from his torso, which is B, came in through the side of the car and was into his body. And if you recall, the one that's site C came from one of the shots through the back of the car and into his shoulder. Moving on to Dr. Sodders with Christopher Thomas. As to Christopher Thomas, you learned about the stippling and the pattern that's on them. You learned the distance determination, and you learned that the wound through his head was the one that caused his death. And that was the one for which he was alive. You learned that when you're stippling, those are those tiny black implanted bits of gunpowder. So if you recall from George Bello, he drew the cone. You have a firearm, and as the parts from the firearm that are expelled, you have the projectile that goes forward, and then you have the cloud that gets increasingly bigger as it travels away from the muzzle of the gun. The example, if you take a handful of dust, sand, and a golf ball. You learn the golf ball is going to go the farthest because it has the most mass. It has the most weight to it. So the most energy can be transported to it. The golf ball is like your bullet. The sand is your unburnt powders of gunpowder. It's going to travel, not as far, but it has more mass, so more energy can be transferred to it than that of the dust. The dust falls out quickly. That's why we can say it's not 3 inches, but that's why they can say it's less than 3 feet from the medical examiner's perspective. So going to the wounds on his back. Again, no signs whatsoever of any blood, hemorrhaging, in any of those wounds. There are projectiles that intersect his lungs. You heard Dr. Sauter testify that the lungs bleed profusely if a person is alive. So, ladies and gentlemen, from all of this, at this point, the state has established that there was someone in that rear seat. The someone who is in that rear seat is the person who committed this murder. And so now the question is who? So I'm going to show you now why the state has proven who was Jamel Dennis. So we have the studio video. This is going to go through, and you can track the defendant wearing that lyrical lemonade sweater all the way out to the Jeep, where he gets in the spot the murderer sat in. It's important to notice, ladies and gentlemen, that phone. Always, always, always in his hand. He doesn't let go of it, still in his right hand as he's going to go get in that rear driver's side seat. Same with that satchel. And recall, ladies and gentlemen, that satchel and the one that you see Christopher Thomas wearing are never recovered. So they were taken out of the car by the defendant. So let's talk about T-Mobile records and the phones and why this is important, okay? So the question is, are the phones themselves, do they know where they are? And then does the network know where the phone is? So this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the exhibits that was put in, and this is the phone of Mr. Devens at 3:18 a.m. If you will notice that there is right here a camera icon, and that is located at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, because that's the camera from the studio that you just watched. And the blue pin is where the network thinks the phone is. Is it perfectly precise? No. But is it accurate? Yes, within a football field, right? We learned that less than 78 meters is the range on those bands for the timing advance. But this isn't the timing advance. This is where the network thinks the phone is. Ladies and gentlemen, the phones work. You know the phones work because in your daily life, when you need to go anywhere, you go into a mapping app and you put an address in. You don't have to know where you are to get somewhere because the phone knows where you are. These are things that you use on a daily basis. It's common sense. The phones work because you've used them. We've relied on them for years to show exactly how to get someplace. Look, in a populated area like this where there's multi-story buildings, okay, maybe it's a little bit more difficult to say precisely where a phone is. You can order a pizza by sending a drop pin. The phones work, ladies and gentlemen. We rely on them in our everyday life. So let's go and talk about the T-Mobile and the Sprint records. And so, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm putting up here is what I believe the evidence reflects. This doesn't go back with you. You don't get to take a copy of this into the back, but this is all things that are in evidence. This is a summary of them. So these are all the phone numbers that were in use in October of 2018. I am not suggesting they are still being used by these individuals. So at this point, the state has established, based on the business records from Sprint, Christopher Thomas, 772-713-2341. Anthony Williams, 954-248-9081. Mr. Demons, 713-9807. Cortland Henry, 561-720-3210. Jamie King, the mother of Mr. Demmons, 772-501-6942. Jameson Francois, track, the manager, 954-376-9158. Frederick Gibbons, the Louisiana-based rapper who lived the next community over, 225-529-5054. And then Dontavius Withers, one of the other individuals in the red Mitsubishi, 954-371-7895. So from these phone numbers and those records are where we're getting the information as to where the people work. So ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to go through and look at those records. Look at who the subscriber is. Jamie King was paying for the phone of Anthony Williams and Jamel Demmons. Doesn't mean she was using it. In fact, she's listed under the billing information, and that's her number. So you have that, and that's the 772-713-9807. And you can tell the date the service began, November 30th, 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to look at these things and things that start before the murder. Because when people are creating email accounts, when they're setting up social media, when they're buying phones years before, they're not trying to hide anything at that point. So I submit to you that those are things that are reliable because there's no motive at that point to lie. So we have, again, like I said, she's under the billing for Miss King. So we have Cortland Henry. And so if you recall, Detective Moretti talked to you about Cortland Henry. Because it was a question of, it's so weird he doesn't have a phone. Well, you learned that the phone that he had was a pay-as-you-go phone. So it was a minute phone. And you also learned that every single phone call that came into that phone on October 26th of 2018 went straight to voicemail. What's a reasonable inference, ladies and gentlemen? The phone wasn't on. He didn't have minutes, or it was broken. That's what those records show. They don't show Mr. Henry making a ton of phone calls and passing the phone off to someone else. No, they show a phone that was not operating. So, looking at the CDRs, so this is for Mr. Demmons, the 9807 phone number. What I've done, 840-34 at the top, that's going to be this. But for the time in question, October 26, 2018, you subtract 4. That's the same whether you're looking at the CDRs, whether you're looking at the Facebook or Instagram records. So that way you can help and cross-reference to see what's going on with an individual phone and where that phone is when these messages are being sent and when the social media is being accessed. So if you recall, ladies and gentlemen, we learned that the 805-631, we learned that the 805-637-7249, if you see an incoming phone call, and then that immediately outgoing to that number, it says it goes to voicemail. So right there, you have at 5:03 a.m., Jamie King calling the phone of Jamel Demmons, her son, and being sent straight to voicemail. Then you have an incoming phone call from Frederick Gibbons, Frito Bang, that lasts 491 seconds. You then have another incoming call, only 11 seconds, and then Jamie King again sent to voicemail. So let's talk about the surveillance footage. And I I warned you ahead of time. There are some parts of this that are incredibly boring, utterly tedious, but they're important. And sometimes it's the smallest details that show that, look, this is what it says it is. So you have here 3:35 a.m., 36 seconds. And as you recall, this is the camera that sits on 595 on the entrance and exit to the express lanes. You learned from Detective Moretti that the express lanes toll camera all the way out past 136th Street. So ladies and gentlemen, from here, you know from the studio at 3:19 a.m., we're now 3:35, 16 minutes later. We have two cars, and you can go and pull this up, and if you need any assistance with doing that, we'll be happy to bring it back up in court and show it to you. You have two cars, and you can watch, so the top lanes are looking east towards Fort Lauderdale. So when you watch these videos, you'll see two cars that come here on the eastbound, and then they're going to pop up down here on the westbound camera, and they're heading west. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, if you watch these two cars, one red and one gray, you will see them come up here and go to the left to get onto the ramp over to I-75 South. You can see here the lights going to the Sawgrass Expressway up to the Panther Arena. But if you watch those two cars at 3:35, that's what you will see. They go over to the left, head south towards Miramar Parkway. And so what you've learned, again, we have the camera icon, and then we have where the phone suggests the network it says it is. Blue dot right there at the bottom. Again, meters, not miles. We then have McDonald's, 3:47:56 and 3:46:57. So 1 second apart on those two cameras. And there, remember we saw the red car go first, then the gray Jeep on 595. You're looking here, red car, gray car. So, on surveillance footage, when a business, a private residence, puts up surveillance cameras, they're not there for the benefit of law enforcement. They're there for the benefit of that business. So they're not required to capture the street that goes by. They're not required by any law to maintain those videos for any longer than they feel is necessary. They're there to make sure that if someone's coming through and burglarizing their business, they capture that information. The fact that they also happen to catch the cars going by is dumb luck. But this is not just dumb luck, because this is one of the parts of the investigation that Detective Moretti talked to you about. That they went out and went to multiple businesses. And look, these aren't officers that have been there 2 weeks on the job. Detective Moretti talked about, yeah, I've done tons of investigations at Walmart. I know their video retention policies. This is their jurisdiction that they are intimately familiar with as to where these cameras are and what they show. If you have a camera that's pointing in the completely wrong direction, you don't need to waste time to go in and look at something that's not going to show you anything. Or if you know the data retention period has already passed, because most are 7 days or less, you don't need to go back and do that again. So if you look at, again, we have the McDonald's. This is where the network thinks the phone is at 3:47. Meters, not miles. But this is showing you that those records are accurate. They're not explicitly precise, but they are accurate. Going to 3:53 a.m. This is the Montessori Academy. So ladies and gentlemen, you can see there's the Montessori Academy. And there's
Family first, thank you for the donation. Say, yo, Ak, I hate to admit it, man, but she making sense. And I know the defense is cooked, but the jury's regular people like me. So if I'm convinced, I know they're on board. Damn. Hey, let's start up a poll in Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. Is Melly cooked or nah? By the way, she's supposed to be convincing. This is the state's closing arguments. We have to see, do you get convinced back to the other side when you hear Melly's team? By the way, this is a call.
3:50 a.m. So ladies and gentlemen, you learned a lot about the geography of Miramar and Fort Lauderdale, the distances between. You learned from 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to Sunset Lakes, the 40th Street Visitors Entrance. You're looking about 31 miles. Detective Moretti talked to you about driving that route, and rather than spend 45 minutes doing that drive, he instead did the 16-minute version flying over to be able to show you all of these locations in a much quicker, expedient process. So you know that the red Mitsubishi goes 30 miles in 30 minutes. That's an average speed of 60 miles an hour. And so you have in that the phone of Dontavius Withers. Mr. Withers has been identified as the person who was driving. And you have Travion Glass in that front passenger seat. Ladies and gentlemen, watch that video, please. You can see Mr. Glass moving his hands. You can see that he's awake at the time at this guard gate. Watch it. If you need help, again, we're happy to assist. So then we have 4:03 a.m. So at 4:03 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, we have a very specific location the network thinks the phone is. And this goes back to being in the big city, right? We're here in this courtroom. Right there we can see 3rd Avenue out the window. We can see the New River. Phone doesn't know if we're on the 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. But we could be anywhere in this building, right? That's the beauty of Pembroke Road and US 27. Because what you've learned, ladies and gentlemen, is that on the west side of Highway US 27, there is a canal. You've learned that 208 Avenue is gated on the north and the south ends. That there is a Pembroke Pines fire training facility out there, so it's locked. You've learned that at the end of Pembroke Road, out here to the east on this map, there's another set of closed gates that prevents any further eastern traffic. You've learned that there's a waste management recycling facility out there. Again, another gate, an area you can't get into easily. So because of that, that limits the places the phone can be. It's not in a helicopter, it's in a car. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. So let's talk about the timing advance. For Mr. Demon's phone, I want to make sure it's clear when you're going through outdoor stationary I've highlighted in green. So from 319 outdoor stationary, mobile, 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 till 403, outdoor stationary, then mobile again, all the way until 440. Why is that important? Well, let's look at the pattern of travel. Let's look at what the phone is showing where it thinks it is. Ladies and gentlemen, just think about cellular telephones. Think about how they can tell you're mobile. Most human beings can't run 60 miles per hour on their feet. So if you think about the speed at which a phone is traveling, that's going to tell the cell phone company whether it's mobile inside a building or outside. If someone is outside, not moving, nothing's obstructing, there's no concrete, there's no rebar, there's no electrical wiring interfering with their phone getting a clear signal to a tower, to the satellite for GPS, that's going to tell them outdoor stationary. And ladies and gentlemen, this is common sense. These are things that you know on a daily basis that you have to deal with your own cell phones. You go into a really tall building, hard to get a signal. You have to go out to a window. And just because that is out there, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't mean that we're saying it's 100% accurate. We're saying that it is reliable on that it is also able to be corroborated by other evidence. What do I mean? 3:18 a.m., where it says the defendant is outdoor stationary, guess what the video at the studio shows? The defendant outside. When it says out here at 4:40 and 4:42, outdoor stationary, guess what the other evidence shows? The defendant outside sending a drop pin to his buddy from that phone. So let's talk about the pawn slip. All this goes to showing when you're not...
I'm sorry. It's a good time to interrupt for a second.
Yes, sir.
I'm told someone needs a restroom break. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case.
All right, they did the bathroom break, but we're behind a bit, so we'll be able to catch up.
Well, you learn hours at lanes are looking east towards Fort Lauderdale. So when you watch these videos, you'll see two cars that come here on the eastbound, and then they're going to pop up down here on the westbound camera, and they're heading west. And ladies and gentlemen,
by the way, she's just meticulously like compiling all the evidence, going over what all the experts says, making it as simple as possible. Put it in a summary version of saying, hey, listen, there's no possible way this nigga didn't do it. Right? I see some people in here saying they're convinced. You're supposed to be convinced if this prosecutor is worth anything. You know what I mean? Let me see.
What are your thoughts right now on the prosecution's closing argument, the start of it?
It's very compelling. I mean, when you lump together the ballistics, the digital, the GPS, the phone data, I'm telling you, it's almost irrefutable. In fact, they did not counter it in the defense case. So right now, I think the prosecution is scoring points, and I think Jamel Demons is in some pretty serious legal trouble.
So what he's talking about in terms of countering it, remember, Melly only called one witness, which was his friend. They didn't call other experts to say, hey, well, hold on a bit. I know y'all go off GPS positioning, but we have this one case, or sometimes it gives a bad reading every 90 seconds, like something to make it seem like the GPS and forensic evidence isn't, up there. But here's the thing. You just can't argue with science. Like, you look retarded. So I think that's why they didn't try it. But this is why I said it was always an uphill battle, because how are you going to argue with bullet trajectories and fucking all the ballistic stuff they did? What are you going to try to say? Be like, oh, no, y'all are just randomly creating that the bullets came from this one seat. It really came from outside. Are you going to argue with a medical examiner that's done thousands of autopsies to say, oh, no, the fatal shot was actually done from outside the car, not inside the car? Everybody's saying everything. So I think they're just kind of hoping on you don't got the murder weapon, don't got a motive. Everybody around him is basically saying he wasn't there or he don't know what's going on. And while as a jury member, you do want to, you're looking like, Melly, what the fuck happened? He doesn't need to tell you what happened. They need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty. And that's where we're at right now. Let's get back to it live, right?
Counsel, and the Assistant State Attorney. Counsel, if you're ready to proceed with your closing, you may.
so continuing on the pawn slip. Why have a pawn slip, right? Seems kind of silly. But again, this goes back to showing that you're not planning a murder.
Excuse me, Gary?
Yes, sir.
Just keep moving, podium. This one here. Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
When you are not planning a murder, you use your real phone number. And this isn't, oh, this was where I could be reached. He was pawning jewelry. You have this in evidence. And you heard from Amber Allen, who testified that that is the defendant's thumbprint.
I think this is the mom right
That's
here.
the
This is the mom
signature.
right here, I believe.
Where he is stating that everything on that,
Mom right here, brother right here.
that the facts stated in it are true.
She looks really young.
There's a fact.
Mom looks really
His
young.
cell phone number is 772-713.
I think she's not 40 yet. She looks really young.
So we go to the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles records. You have his name, his driver's license number, his signature. The same driver's license number, signature, and name that you have on the pawn slip. Then you have the booking prints, where you heard from Deputy Maycock that yes, he took the prints of the defendant on February of 2019. And that is the same thumbprint that's on that booking print that's on that pawn slip. So let's talk a little bit about the cast analysis. That was the FBI, Special Agent Brendan Collins. He looked at not just one phone, but compared and contrasted two phones in each of these particular analysis slides that he compiled. And those are in evidence, and you feel free to look at those and refer to those. So we have here between 3:20 a.m. and 3:57 a.m. 772-713-9807, Mr. Demon's phone, and the 9081, Mr. Williams' phone, are all tracking together. If you recall, when there's circles, Special Agent Collins is indicating they are using the same cell tower. He's not plotting in terms of the distance on those. That's all he's indicating with that. So this is showing the pattern of travel, that at each of these points, they're using the same cell towers. So ladies and gentlemen, you've learned that the phones of Mr. Demons and Mr. Williams travel in from 3:20 a.m. in 40 minutes all the way out to US 27 in Pembroke Road. And so why is that important? You've learned from watching the videos of the geography how long it takes to get from the studio out to 184th and Miramar Parkway. That's about a couple blocks north of the Sunset Lakes 40th Street entrance. You've learned that. So now you know that how long it takes to go all the way up to Pines Boulevard, because as you've learned, Pembroke Road doesn't go through. You have to go all the way to Pines to get across. So then on the other side, you have Mr. Thomas in the gray Jeep, the deceased in the rear passenger seat, and Mr. Withers, the driver of the red Mitsubishi. And they're both on Sprint. If you recall, Mr. Demons and Mr. Williams, same phones, same phone plans. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Withers, both on Sprint. Because at this point, T-Mobile and Sprint were two different companies. They have since merged. Again, you're showing the same pattern of travel. From the studio, going north up to Sunrise, Sunrise down I-95, 595 across to I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. And they are showing consistently traveling together. Then we have Francois, track, his phone. Here's his alibi. He's home. This is the Margate, Toscana apartments that you heard about and learned about. He is nowhere near US 27. He's nowhere near the recording studio. He's at his home in Margate, his apartment, until noon the next day. Then for some reason, at noon, on October 26th of 2018, Jameson Francois' phone is out there in that same US 27 and Pembroke Road location. And so is that in Mr. Demons. Very odd location to go to. Nothing out there, except evidence of a murder. And ladies and gentlemen, you know the number of shell casings that were found at that scene. And you know that there's at least A through Q fired into the outside of that vehicle. Not including the ones inside the vehicle, in terms of the number of shots that are fired. But they're going back there. So going back to Mr. Demons' phone at 4:40 a.m. Remember the timing advance bands. So at this point, at 4:40 a.m., you also have seen the Memorial Miramar video, where at 4:35, and Memorial Hospital is right here, at 4:35, 5 minutes earlier, Cortland Henry drives the gray Jeep into the hospital with the 2 deceased victims. So you know where Anthony Williams is, you know where Christopher Thomas is, and you know where Cortland Henry is, because it's on video. So then you have the timing advance band. And again, this goes to, where is the phone? Because the phone, you've learned, connects and talks to the tower no matter what. But the phone doesn't make outgoing phone calls on its own. The phone doesn't send text messages on its own. That takes user input. So here's an example of the drop pin at 4:42 a.m. to Frederick Gibbons. This is from Special Agent Collins, showing where on this red band the phone would be based on the phone network records. Then we have the phone itself saying where it is. Pretty consistent. So let's talk about whose phone it is. And I know it was a lot of video of pictures to watch. I know that. I'm not going, and we all know that I can count to 500 and so. So I want to make sure that everyone understands why it's important as to who the phone shows. All of these photos, all of these FaceTimes show the defendant. There's not a single instance that's been put before you in that phone, which is in evidence, it states 64 of the extraction, and then the phone itself as well, that says, hey, this is so-and-so, I'm using Millie's phone. You don't have that, because it doesn't exist. Instead, you have this defendant using his phone. And he's the only person using his phone. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to note that this isn't the polished, perfect shots. These are the outtakes.
Nah, this nigga was a selfie king, bro. This nigga take more selfies than Kim Kardashian, bro.
Consumption that aren't put out on Instagram, that aren't put out there to promote an album or anything like that. These are the raw images. That's why it's important to look at those. And ladies and gentlemen, just because there's a photo on this phone of something else, you take a photo of your dog with your phone, it doesn't mean it's your dog's phone. You're taking pictures of what's important to you. I submit to you, you can tell based on these photos and these videos what's important to this defendant. The videos. Just going to play one, but this is, like I said, a sample of the 1,000 son. This one is interesting because you see the reflection of the phone in the glasses.
You see, this is good. I clean this and I have a low too. You look your mama. That new mama.
The videos also show, if you recall, the video of the Western Union transaction. 772-713-9807. October 2nd of 2000.
Nah, they going hard to prove that it's Melly's phone right now.
This is the only individual that is using this phone. Talking about the jail call. You heard about 6 minutes of this call, and of which part there's 2 minutes where it's silent. What is that? We learned during the course of that call that the phone, 772-713-9807, didn't have money to pay for the minutes for the jail call. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you what that jail call said.
Hello, this is a collect call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Thank you for using Security. You may start the conversation now.
Hello? Hey, Mom. Hey, baby. Why you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? Huh? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone. It's money on my phone. No, you out of money. It said that this account was 50. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, my credit card is equipped.
Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card.
Did they present this? I didn't hear this during all the evidences. This seems new.
Yeah, I'm driving. A credit.
Yo, the defense is saying, nah, it's not Melly's phone. He just used it. Everybody use these phones. They play a jail call where Melly is saying, that's my phone.
Yeah, oh, Stevie saying he love you, keep your head up, and everything. And then, yeah, Stevie, When's been checking your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but we got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way or...
Yeah, but I'm asking for a call Justin home.
Who is that? Hold on. You got your number?
Yeah, it's on my phone. Justin home.
Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey.
My phone. By the way, this was before the murder happened, too.
Okay, put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah,
I've seen him do it.
So I go under contact, you go under Justin.
Yeah.
What's the number? It said I need facial recognition.
762-556.
7. Oh my God, I'm trying to drive, I'm trying to do this. Hold on, 762-556.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this thing.
Damn, they just leaked Melly's passcode, man.
Things at once.
So what did we learn in that phone call? I fast forwarded through the part where they're putting the credit card phone number in. They use GPS.
Wait. I just picked up on that. His fucking passcode is 762 and 556? Damn, I ain't gonna lie, my boy's cooked. If you don't know what that means, the caliber of bullet AK-47 is chambered for is a 7.62 ammo, and for a regular AR, they use 223s or 556. So basically, even the nigga passcode is talking about bullets. Like, god damn.
They find it reliable to find a 7-Eleven. That's the defendant's phone. Why are you calling my phone? That Mariah is there with Jamie King. And that is the phone number that's being called. that's being identified as my phone by the defendant. So let's talk about some of the text messages. And ladies and gentlemen, you will have those to go through and look at them. You'll have the one, and I submit to you that crazy or crazy lady is Jamie King. Go through, read those messages. You can see it's a mother-son relationship. I love you, kid, son. All of those types of endearments showing you who's using the 9807 phone.
Damn, he had one of the niggas he killed in his phone saved as twin? Holy shit. If that's how Melly was dealing with his twin, imagine how he deal with y'all niggas.
We also have with Anthony Williams. He's listed as the contract as twin. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gone over the messages where you can see the animosity, that there is some tension between Mr. Williams and Mr. Demmons, where Mr. Williams is making it clear that, and I will fully agree, Mr. Demmons was a talented musical artist. Anthony Williams had not had that level of success. Christopher Thomas didn't have that level of success. They don't have that opportunity because the defendant killed them. But the defendant was making money.
Yo, they really trying to claim that Melly gave his twin a headshot. Point blank rage. Twin? I ain't gonna lie. I don't want no nigga call me twin from now on. Fuck all that twin shit. No, nigga, I don't look like you.
He was the one that was the revenue source, the meal ticket in that house. Look at the messages. Look at the tone of them. Look who's asking for money. Look at the way they communicate about things for the house, about food. And look at where Anthony Williams is saying, look, I'm the CEO. The others are artists. Anthony is saying, myself, Mr. Demmons, Mr. Thomas, we're the CEOs. But at that time, Mr. Demmons is the only one who's actually putting in the work, who's doing anything, who's making the money, who's recording the songs. You have the chat with Frederick Gibbons. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the one in which the defendant asked to be picked up from the side of Pembroke Road. That's that drop pin that we talked about in relation to the cast records.
By the way, I hate to be pausing it, but we got to compile some of this evidences, right? So what happened with remember the friend of Melly said, oh, Melly just got out the first car and just hopped into their car. The prosecutors say no. Melly's phone sent a dropped pin, and it was seen that he was picked up like 10 or 20 minutes afterwards, but that was by the person he said the drop pin to, which was Fredo Bang.
That phone is being used by the person who committed the murder. And ladies and gentlemen, the only evidence before you, the only evidence is that the only person that used that phone was the defendant, Jamel Demmons. So go through and look at some of the videos. You have the studio video. You have the brief clip of the documentary. Watch what the defendant's doing with his phone during that. Glued to that phone. Glued to it. So let's talk about the activity and the location data. What does this show? We have on October 25th of 2018, 8:14 p.m., a scent of a CL, or a current location, a drop pin. That one is sent to Anthony Williams. You can look at the messages and look at all of this and verify all of these things. Then the next one, going from the bottom up, we have 4:42:49 a.m. That's the first one on the side of 178, just south of Pembroke Road, mere blocks from the hospital. Then we go to the second one, 453:30. You can look and you can see, based on the numbers, how close those two drop pins are from one another. Negative 80.38, negative 80.38, 25.98, 25.98. And you can see the time difference between the two of those. And then, this part is key. The next Wi-Fi the defendant connects to is not at his house, not at the YNW Castle, but at Frito Banks. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant committed the murder, dropped off on the side of the road, and then needs to find a way to get home. They can't go home because the other people in the red Mitsubishi, they didn't know what happened. And they need time to get their story straight. And police don't know about Frito Bang's involvement. In fact, police don't find out about Frito Bang and the picking up of this until February and March of 2019, after the defendant's in custody. So what we had to look at now, Frito's house Wi-Fi, 8:47. And then look, it connects back again automatically at 12:27. That further verifies and corroborates the trip back to US 27 and Pembroke Road at noon that I submit to you was to pick up shell casings. Then we go back and we have the one that we did in open court, the one at 6:41 p.m. It is at that location at the video shoot. 10:27 at 3:02 a.m. That is the next time the defendant returns to that house. The YNW Castle, the 18521 Southwest 44th. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes common sense is not so common. And these details are things that are not being contemplated after the murder. Because if the version that was brought in by Mr. Davis, the defense witness, is to be believed, that phone should have gone to the house. That phone should have connected to the YNW Castle Wi-Fi, not be sending drop pins all over the county and then connecting to somebody else's Wi-Fi before finally going back to that house. So remember, that phone showed mobile all the way till 4:03 a.m. That's when it went outdoor stationary. So, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, that's when that drive-by was staged and the victims were killed sometime between the highway at Miramar Parkway and I-75 and getting out to US 27. Because you learned they were dead for some time. And look, there's no way to put an exact amount on there, but hearts were not beating when that drive-by was staged. So then if we go into the steps. If you recall, the drop pins, 442, 1,397 steps, 945 meters. And ladies and gentlemen, you can go back, and this is in evidence, you can look through and see when the defendant's at the studio, in the recording studio, you don't see this type of movement. If the defendant was home in bed, you wouldn't have any activity. As to if it's 70 steps, 80 steps, 50 steps, you would have 0 if the defendant was home in bed with his phone. As you recall, 4:03 a.m. is when the phone is saying outdoor stationary inside of Pembroke Road 27. So let's go to Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes, I think it is safe to say, hates me. And I'm okay with that. Because my job is to prosecute a crime and prove that it happened. Ms. Holmes didn't show up for a summons. There are consequences if you do not comply with court orders. You were served a jury summons to show up, just as she was served a subpoena to show up. I'm not going to apologize for doing my job. But what I am going to say is remember her testimony. And I have to say, the photos are courtesy of Law and Crime, so I appreciate their allowing me to use those. Ms. Holmes did everything she could to not perjure herself. Because she didn't want to say she lied to law enforcement. Because that would get her in trouble. So it shows this whole I don't remember. But even with all of that, she did remember one very important detail. Mr. Demens on a FaceTime call with her daughter. So you know at that point, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Demens...
Objection. There's no such testimony. Objected.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are to rely on your own recollection of the evidence. This is counsel's summation of what she believes is an evidence. Proceed, counsel.
You heard from her mouth that she heard her daughter scream and that then she spoke with the defendant on FaceTime.
Objection.
Thank you. Same ruling, ladies and gentlemen. You are to rely on your own recollection of the evidence. Proceed.
She was asked if I knew about a drive-by shooting because the cover-up has already started. And remember, Cortland Henry is at the hospital. 4:35. Mr. Demens is not. But they've already worked out this story to try and get away with murder. Whatever was said on that phone call was so troubling and so disturbing to Ms. Holmes that she and her daughter then drove immediately to Broward County. She remembers Frito Bang's house. She remembers lunch. But doesn't remember the contents of the call, doesn't now remember the phone number that was used or anything like that. Doesn't know her 17-year-old daughter's phone number at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, common sense. A mother is going to know her child's phone number. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that little detail about the $5,000 that she got, that wasn't from the state. She says, oh no, that was for a vacation. Ladies and gentlemen, that was hush money. That's what that $5,000 was.
Objection. There's no evidence of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are to rely on your own recollection of the evidence. This is argument. Proceed.
So if you recall, Ms. Holmes identified that driver's license in the Snapchat video. That's her daughter, Mariah Hamilton. You can see, again, one of the photos that was previously shown. Ms. Hamilton and Mr. Demens spoke on FaceTime all the time. And Mr. Demens took screenshots all the time. Always making content, whether on purpose or not. Every single time that you can see this is an example of showing this was his pattern. And ladies and gentlemen, remember Ms. Johnson from T-Mobile. The call detail records are just that, calls, not data. A FaceTime, a video communication, is a data usage on a phone, not a cellular telephone call. So you're not going to see a cellular telephone call on the CDR showing Miss Holmes and Miss Hamilton's phone call from the side of the road. Travion Glass, the red Mitsubishi. What did we learn from Mr. Glass? We learned that the red Mitsubishi did not stop at the gate. And ladies and gentlemen, that's consistent with the physical evidence, with all of the cell phones, with everything else that cannot be changed by a person's failure to recall, that is in the records, that is on video. That's what you can show to corroborate, to show that he is being honest. Mr. Glass said Mr. Demons was not in the car, that red Mitsubishi, at any point on October 26th of 2018. Same 4 people got in, same 4 people got out. He recalled the different clothing the defendant was wearing at Frito Bang's house. And he authenticated those photos that Danny Polo first introduced, that those were from that evening, where you see Anthony Williams sitting on a couch smiling, where you see Christopher Thomas animated standing up, where you see Jamel Demons doing a handshake with the engineer. And look at those photos, ladies and gentlemen, because if you zoom in and you look up at the top of the one photo where the engineer is sitting down at the computer, and Mr. Demons is standing up, you can see the exact same screen grabs of the studio surveillance footage that you watched. You can see the red Mitsubishi and the gray Jeep parked just as they were. So Mr. Glass said that the red Mitsubishi did not stop. Just because you're in a courtroom doesn't mean common sense doesn't apply. If you fall asleep in a car and the lulling motion of the car driving puts you to sleep, that first red light, when you get off that interstate, wakes you up. These are things that you can rely on in your own personal experience to say, well, yeah, that makes sense. That the red Mitsubishi didn't stop. That the 30 minutes and 30 miles are consistent with one another. That there was no stopping on the side of the road. And also, there's no reason. There is no reason that's been put before this jury whatsoever. Not in the phone records, not in the Snapchat, nothing that explains why 8 people that are going to the exact same location would stop on the side of the road. Just one person would switch a car. No reason whatsoever. And ladies and gentlemen, you can look at those videos and see the cars are tracking together. The phones are tracking together. All the way through until they get to 184th.
Getting sticky out here, Chad. Getting sticky.
So we have the memorial mirror mark that gives us that timestamp on Mr. Henry. And we also know that here Mr. Henry changed clothes. So we have in short sleeves at the studio, and now wearing long sleeves as he runs in to talk to Officer Amanpour, who was the detail officer working at the hospital. So what you have learned from this, and you can watch it again, they first bring in the body of Anthony Williams, who's that front seat passenger. Then they, in the pictures that you can see from the Jeep at the hospital, they then recline that seat all the way forward to take out Mr. Thomas, and they bring Mr. Thomas into the hospital. I'm not going to play the video now, but so you know at this point that Cortland Henry has changed clothes. And that'll become important again in a moment. So George Bello. I don't think he has dropped off your certificates and firearms, but I am assured they are coming. You learned that he is part of the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, Firearms and Tool Marks unit, that he is the manager of that unit, that he has worked in that particular area for a number of years, both here and in Dade County. And you learned more about firearms and how a casing is marked by a firearm, how a projectile is marked. And this is just some of the things that you've learned. Shapes of firing pins, breech face marks, extractor marks, ejector marks, lands and grooves, rifling, the class characteristics, which means every specific Glock 19 has these same class characteristics. The rifling, the lands and grooves, right? Those are going to be the same for each Glock 19. But then you learn the individual characteristics are the things that make each firearm unique. So what did you learn specifically on this casings and projectiles? So starting with the projectile, this was recovered from Anthony Williams. This was from his shoulder. We have the ones from Christopher Thomas, and this is just a sample of the 7 that were recovered. So what do you learn about all of these projectiles? You learn about the projectiles from the Jeep. And again, this is just a sample, not all of them. So you learn that numbers 13, 14, and 15, right? So those are going to be the ones from the Jeep. And the easiest way to reference all of these, ladies and gentlemen, is the G number. The group number, which is the one that's assigned by Miramar, and that's on the packaging for each of those particular items of evidence. So you learn that 13, 14, and 15, which came out of that Jeep, were all fired. 13 and 15 are definitely the same weapon. And 14 is very likely to be the same, but it has too much damage to make a full conclusion on that. So then on the ones from Mr. Thomas and Mr. Williams. That's the G44, 57 through 63. Again, some of them have both class and individual characteristics, which they could have been fired from the same weapon. And the rest have just class characteristics. And so then we have the cartridge casing. So this casing is at the passenger, rear, driver's side floorboard. The exact seat Mr. Demmons was sitting in a plastic bag. This cartridge casing is found October 26th of 2018. Then we go to November 21st of 2018, where you heard about the testimony they had to use the canine to find these particular artifacts. All these 8 casings are consistent and fired from the same weapon as the one inside the car. From this, ladies and gentlemen, and we went through the cantilevers, the lands, the grooves, the rifling on all of those. So we go through every single one. And that's G196 through 203. Right? They all match. And so you learn from George Bello that he doesn't have a weapon for comparison. And he gives a list, 30 or so weapons that could have caused this particular casing and projectile. Right? So you learn that without the actual firearm and the exact same ammunition, you can't do a range of fire or distance determination, because there are things in each firearm that would affect that. You want to, in any scientific experiment, make as few variables as possible. If you don't have the gun, you can't do it. So then you also learn that if you don't have the gun, you cannot match the casings to the projectiles. You can match projectile to projectile and casing to casing, but you can't match one to the other. because there's different marks from different parts of the gun. Other important thing, George Bello specifically excluded Glock firearms because they have a different, very distinct type of rifle. So all of those Glock-related firearm things at Jameson Francois, no relation whatsoever to this case. I can tell you that was not the murder weapon. Can't tell you that what specific gun was the murder weapon. Because it's never been found, there's never been another match to that to this day. So let's go to GSR. Tara Helsell came in and testified from RJ Lee. You learned GSR, primer, that's what she's testing for and looking at under the scanning electron microscope. Antimony, barium, and lead. That those three, when all three are together, are considered GSR. That is a gunshot residue particle, all three of them. You learned that Mr. Henry has one. One 3-component GSR particle on his left hand. And then there are 2-component particles, so either lead and antimony, lead and barium, or barium and antimony, right? One on his left hand and one on his right hand. So you've learned that some of those maybe show up, the 2-component particles, in other circumstances. But generally you see a third element. I believe she referenced brake pads, and you could also see steel. You don't have that here, right? So you have a 3-component GSR and a 2-component GSR, 2 of those. So the G in 2023 even have more than 9 2-component GSR particles found 5 years later. They're still there. And that you heard from Chris Williams, who obtained those during his shooting reconstruction and sent them in for testing. So what does that tell you about Cortland Henry? Ms. Helsell was very clear. She goes, I cannot say that GSR being there or GSR not being there means that someone fired a gun. She goes, there's 3 options. 1, they fired a gun. 2, they were in close proximity to someone that fired a gun. Or 3, they touched a surface upon which GSR was and it transferred to their skin. So ladies and gentlemen, with regards to the GSR, you've also learned that it falls off very quickly. So you have a Jeep covered in 2-component particles, and you have Mr. Henry having one after changing clothes. What you don't have is an answer as to Mr. Dennis, because he was never tested. Because he didn't speak to law enforcement that day, he didn't go to the hospital, he was never tested for GSR. Did nothing on that. So you can't draw a conclusion one way or the other as to GSR because there is no answer to that. So again, George Bello says all 8 casings are all from the same firearm. You can't have a drive-by and have a casing right up inside the car. Doesn't work that way. So then we get to Mr. Henry's statement. Part of the cover-up. So you hear, I was getting sleepy, I was almost home. Out of nowhere, I heard gunshots. I ducked down, almost crashed the car. And these are from that sheet that you had. And if you want to listen to that statement again, those will be made available to you as well as the disc, but you would have to come out into the courtroom to look at those. So he's talking about ducking, hitting the median. He's embellishing, trying to sell this story. Because there's no evidence that shows any sort of tire damage, any sort of rim damage whatsoever. But no description. No idea what type of car. Nothing on that. Because there wasn't one. But he is trying to build a cover story. It's to take this defendant and separate him from the shooting. So as you learned, how Miramar Parkway is laid out. And you learned that the Miramar Police Department shut down Miramar Parkway and walked more than 2 miles. They walked from I-75 all the way to 184. And so when you look at Miramar Parkway and the geography of it compared to Mr. Henry's statement, it's interesting to note that the hospital is right there. If it had happened as he stated, we wouldn't have differing time frames on the postmortem wounds and the fatal wounds. That's a mile. From I-75 to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to Pembroke Road, 1 mile. If that's where this happened, you would have evidence of it, and there is none. There's no casings, there's no glass, there's no projectiles. So from this, and all of the cell phone records show consistent path of travel all the way across Miramar Parkway to 184th. That is when everything splits. And if you recall, Detective Hector Bertrand testified when these maps were placed into evidence. So let's go to the DNA. On October 26th of 2018, Chris Carter swabbed the rear driver's side door handle interior. It wasn't tested until later because, ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, investigations are fluid. They evolve. And let's not also forget, we had 15 months of a global pandemic where nobody came into this building. So this isn't tested until later on. It doesn't change what's on the swab. As you've learned from both Kurt Rhodes, the DNA expert, if you have DNA on there and it's in an optimal environment, like a cotton swab, it's going to be there pretty much indefinitely. On this swab, when it is tested, from this door handle with the blood on it, here's what you have. Very strong support for Christopher Thomas. Limited support that Anthony Williams is also included. And very strong support that Jamel Demons' DNA is on that door handle. So ladies and gentlemen, when an item is tested, it doesn't change the results. There are many factors that go into when an item is tested. Witnesses aren't being cooperative. Have to come up with a different way to prove it. This is the other way to prove it, ladies and gentlemen. That his DNA was on that door handle. Let's go to the trace evidence. This is a very unique piece of evidence that you don't see very often in any case. And what does the glass on US 27 and Pembroke Road tell us? Let's think about this. The glass is on the north side of the road. Why is that important? So if you have Ellie's murder mobile on the south side of the road, stage the drive-by, you now have a ton of shattered glass. Some in the vehicle, some hanging on. You have to leave that area. How do you go from facing eastbound on the south part of the road to going back to US 27, because that's the only way out, as you've learned, pop a U-turn. What happens when you pop a U-turn? All the glass that was in that vehicle is then thrown out to the north side of the road as they make that U-turn. So ladies and gentlemen, that's why this glass was collected, and that's what it shows. It shows the pattern of travel and the fact that this did happen in Miramar on the south side of Pembroke Road. So you have the different populations of glass, and you heard from James Morano that the two different types that he went through and he compared them. and that they are consistent, both the standards as well as the ones on the side of the road. It's another thing and another level of showing you that this Jeep was out there, that this was a cover-up, that this was not a drive-by. So let's go to the gangs. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm limited on time in terms of what I can talk about. So in some areas I'm going to be brief. This is one of those. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows the defendant is a G-Shine blood gang member. And so for the purposes of the jury instructions that His Honor just read to you, you have to determine if at the time of this offense, if the murder of his two friends benefited the defendant. And in benefiting the defendant and promoting or benefiting his position in the gang, it then helped the gang itself. You learned many, many things about G-Shine, the organization. And I think the most important thing to look at is to compare and contrast the public-facing, the YouTube videos, the gang signs, the music videos, the motto for the album, right? Those could be an actor. That could be a show put on for the public. But look at the private side, the not for public consumption. Look at those messages. And look at that, there is a benefit to both sides. The gang gets notoriety, gets money. The defendant, he gets access to different venues, as you heard. He gets protection. He gets a sense of whatever we want to call comes along with being a gang member. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you heard lots of testimony from Detective Danny Polo as to what the primary activities of G-Shine, of GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, are. You learned that they're the enforcers. You learned that they are violent. You have that information before you in those text messages. The nighttime drive. This shows the conditions under which this murder took place. This is not an area you find by accident or misfortune. This is a planned drive out to the edge of the Everglades where there's not going to be any witnesses. This shows pre-planning and premeditation. This is a consistent, quick, no stops, no detours ride out here. And so some of the things that you can look for premeditation, the nature of the weapon used. So having the firearm already. And ladies and gentlemen, how do you know that they had the firearm already and the defendant had the firearm already? Because he asked for it the day before. Remember, on October 25th, Jamel Demons, 9807, sent a text message to Anthony Williams asking, where's the fire at? FYE. And Mr. Williams says, it's in here with us. And if you look at the context of the conversations, that shows they were driving down from a location in Stewart, and they were driving to pick the defendant up at the airport. Mr. Williams brought his own murder weapon to the defendant.
Whoa. Whoa.
Look at the rest of the conversations.
Whoa.
There's multiple discussions about this firearm. Where's the firearm? From Mr. Williams to Mr. Demons earlier on. It's in my closet, third shoebox. This is discussed. That is not a lighter. That is not a really great song. That's a firearm, ladies and gentlemen. There is discussion about firearms. The presence or absence of adequate provocation. when you look at that and you're looking at this case, they were friends, right? They were buddies since they grew up. But look at the stress being placed on this defendant as the only one bringing the money in, as the only person who's paying the bills. Look at the tension on there, right? Look at the issues and concerns with Mr. Williams, Anthony Williams, and the defendant's mother, that they're fighting an argument. The message is on there to that effect. So look at, for premeditation, you can also look at the manner in which the homicide was committed. Anthony Williams was shot in the back of the head. That was planned for when he was sleeping so that he could not fight back. That was a premeditated, planned killing of Anthony Williams, where there would be an alibi already discussed. So then, Christopher Thomas. Premeditation, as the judge instructed you, does not require days, weeks, months of planning. Premeditation can be formed quickly. Example we used in jury selection. Going to your mom's house on Mother's Day. You forget to bring flowers. You reach down, pull some flowers out of her yard and give her to those. That is premeditation. That is thinking about something, then doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the murder of Christopher Thomas was premeditated in that as well. Chris Thomas, as you saw with Sergeant Williams and Mr. Howard demonstrating, oh my goodness, what's going on? Mr. Demons then made the decision at that point he couldn't have a witness. So look at that. Those are all things in which you can get premeditation, how it was committed, the wounds that were inflicted, the back of the head. Going to Facebook. Showing again that the different information that you have before you belongs to this defendant. 772-713-9807. And that Melly Montana at iCloud.com is the email. Remember the Snapchat? Melly.Montana. These are names that the defendant uses over and over again to talk about and communicate and identify himself. And look, that phone says verified as belonging to Jamel Demons. Also remember Facebook. We have October 26th of 2018. Sun's going down. And the defendant's phone also shows him at this location in Cocoa. And he is dancing and singing and performing, wearing the same jacket, an identical jacket to what Chris Thomas was wearing the night before, and showing Mr. Henry wearing the denim jacket, like Mr. Williams was wearing the night before. And so the question was posed about a contractual agreement and losing money to be there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, look at the text messages between Mr. Demons and his mother, because he wasn't worried a couple of months before about missing a show because he was getting his hair braided and losing $1,000. But then this night, when his friends were killed, he's dancing and partying around and is worried about a contractual agreement. Just look at those types of information and those types of behavior and how someone is acting. Snapchat. If you recall, this is the argument between Mariah Hamilton and Jamel Demons, Melly Montana. Bort coming everywhere with me, because if them crackers come grab him, it's my fault, you forgot. I keep Portland with, because at the end of the day, he did one of the realest shit in my life. Yeah, he covered up a murder. Did a very terrible job of it, but that's what he did. That's what this is referring to. This is less than 2 weeks after this homicide occurs, and that's what they're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a confession in this case. The defendant, and now look at the time. Remember we talked about the UTC? So subtract 4. So UTC 2,000 hours. You subtract 4, 1,600 hours. You do the conversion. So 4 p.m. 4 p.m. I did that with the smiley face. And that's what I said in opening. Context is key. The whole floor is coding. Awesome if you work at Google. Terrible at Broward General Hospital. Context is key. So you've learned PZ Gambino, as you heard from Detective Moretti, is potentially facing federal firearms charges. The gun dealer is told by the defendant, I did that. Shh. And look at the messages between Mr. Demons and Mr. Gambino. PZ Gambino is a blood gang member. He uses all those same information, slang words, changing of the letters that you learned about from Detective Polo. October 26th, he asks and reach out to see how the defendant's doing. And the defendant says, I did that. And to make a spelling that, other times he uses DAT. And gentlemen, you saw the song where he has a song that he's released called THAT in his phone. So again, Instagram and how these all fit together. 6:58 a.m. Jamie King, RN, the defendant's mother. Are you here? I'm in Miami. I'm by the stadium. I'm a mess. I'm so worried. I'm here. Well, remember those CDRs where you get sent her to voicemail? Ladies and gentlemen, this shows that she's trying to contact her son. He is ignoring her, and so she's reaching out to her son, who responds back with, I love you, Ma. I'm good, Ma. Because he had the phone at that point. So the judge read you the law. Anthony Williams is dead, and it was premeditated. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the evidence very clearly shows the defendant was caused by Jamel Demings. Same as to Christopher Thomas. Talks about premeditation. Principles. So if, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe that Cortland Henry, and Cortland Henry is charged, but that's for another jury on another day. If Cortland Henry assisted and helped and shot these two individuals to help out Mr. Demings, Mr. Demings is just as guilty. Because a principal is someone who decides to help before the murder is completed. And you have that with Mr. Henry, and making that drive and going out to the edge of the Everglades. You have that. He is a principal to first-degree murder. Mr. Demings is just as guilty, and so is Mr. Henry. So, in my few remaining moments, I want to briefly touch on the unlucky 13, because I'll give Mr. Adelstein, Mr. Henry. He's charged, right? So from all those unlucky 13 people that are listed as suspects, they have one thing in common, and only one thing in common. They made a single online threat. In poor taste? Yes. Any other evidence that ties them to this case? None. No location data. No communication from anyone in that Jeep to say where they were. No DNA of any of those people on that Jeep. No ballistics evidence at their feet where they were sitting in that Jeep. No private confession. Because remember, all of these online threats, they're out there for the public because they're trying to get attention and trying to get some sort of benefit for that for themselves. Distasteful? Yes. A crime? No. There's no drop pins for an emergency pickup from any of those individuals. There's no phone for any of them at any of the scenes in this case. So, motive. We talked long and hard how we don't have to prove motive. Motive, it's intent. Intent is an action of the mind. So I'll give you motives. Anger, greed, resentment, advancement in the gang. You heard $16 million was coming into Jameson Francois, and that you saw $15,000, $10,000 payments going to Mr. Demons. Simple math. Splitting something 4 ways or 2 ways with Mr. Henry, who wasn't smart enough to even properly give a statement to keep Mr. Demons away from the car. So we have all these pieces of the puzzle that we have just talked about. And each and every one shows how this case has been brought together. Shows the physical evidence. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there's no murder weapon, right? The question that you have to answer, and that you can now answer based on all of this evidence, is that Jamel Demons was sitting in the back seat of that Jeep. And he was the one that fired the fatal shots that killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. And you know that because even if you choose to disbelieve one part of the evidence, 2 parts of the evidence, you can see what the overall picture is. The overall picture puts Mr. Demons in the back seat of that Jeep. It puts him holding a gun. You don't need a murder weapon to know that he committed these 2 crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask that you serve justice, that you deliberate, and that you return a verdict of guilty as charged as to murder in the 1st degree. Thank you.
Merci, Council.
Well, I then. I think that was a pretty good closing argument by the prosecutor. I think they did an amazing job. They bored us a lot with this trial, with like just giving us detail after detail, explaining how they get GPS, how they process DNA, how they process like blood splatter, how they process like some stippling and all that type of stuff. She put it together very, very. She put it in layman's terms, which I got to give her credit for. Give me a second here. What the heck? Apparently, Melly was praying in court. Makes sense.
Jury entry.
Who y'all think he was praying to? I know he praying, but who y'all think he was praying to?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant attorneys, as well as the ladies and gentlemen here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with the state's opening argument. And ready, counsel, you may proceed with it.
So here's what we start with. Detective Moretti has it.
Let me see. What else?
And welcome everybody to Long Crime Daily. I'm Jesse Weber. After calling just one witness and questioning him for less than an hour, rapper YNW Melly's defense team has officially rested their case. And that means that this trial is nearing its close. After the state rested on Monday. And welcome everybody to Long Crime Daily. I'm Jesse Weber. After calling on the night of the murders, and they happened. Now, that was back in October of 2018. A group of friends were leaving a recording studio late at night in two cars. Demmons got into a dark-colored Jeep with Cortland Henry, Christopher Thomas, and Anthony Williams, and another group of young men got into a red Mitsubishi. At some point, Davis testified that the cars pulled over, and Demmons moved from the Jeep to the Mitsubishi, and they continued to Demmons' home. Now, Davis testified that they all went to sleep in different rooms, and then woke up to the news that Williams and Thomas had been shot and killed. Henry drove the two victims to the hospital, telling police that there had been a drive-by shooting, but investigators say they determined the shots came from inside the car. The prosecution contends that Demmons was sitting in the back seat when he shot the victims. Both Demmons and Henry were charged with murder, and they're being tried separately. Demmons faces the death penalty if he's convicted. Now, the only witness the defense called on Tuesday, Adrian Davis, testified that not only was Demmons in the Mitsubishi with him, but he was at the house when word came that two of his childhood friends were dead.
Did there come a time in the early morning hours that you were woken up and heard some distressing news?
Yes.
What did you hear?
That a second Julie was shot.
When you heard that, did you see Melly in the house?
Yes.
Did you see Melly how he was dressed in the house?
Yes.
What was he wearing?
Shorts and a t-shirt, I think.
Okay. Upon hearing that Zach and Julie, and I really should use the correct names, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, were shot, what did you guys do?
We were already dressed and stuff, so we just left with Fredo's house.
Was anybody upset or crying?
Yeah, we all were crying.
Mr. Davis, you said you're 100% sure that Mr. Demmons found out at the same time you did?
Yes.
No questions about that? You're Christopher Thomas, and this is just a house.
Yes.
And you were upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Sample of the 7 that were recovered. So what do you learn about all of these projectiles? You learn about the projectiles from the Jeep. And again, this is just a sample, not all of them. So you learn that number 13.
All right, we're going to jump out of this for a quick commercial break, but I'm also learning court is now on their lunch break, which means our lunch Q&A will start as well. When we come back, Anjanette Levy will take over for the question and answer session with our law and crime legal guests. So get your questions ready for social media. We'll be right back.
All right, chat. Y'all have a choice to make, so y'all let me know. So I'm working on something big. That's why if you see if I look a little distracted, it's because I'm doing like 3 different things. I'm working on something big. I kind of need to like really step out and make a bunch of calls. I don't want y'all just sitting here watching an empty seat. Y'all let me know. Do you want me to cut the stream now and I'll come back like in an hour? I just gotta handle some business. I'm not gonna lie. Do you want me to cut the stream, come back in an hour, or just leave the stream on? Like, it's really up to y'all, but I'm not a fan of just kind of leaving the stream on indefinitely. All right. So you guys kind of tell me what you want me to do, and I'll go with that. Leave it on? Okay, cool. Yeah, I just gotta figure out. I wish I could tell y'all, but I'm working on a break the internet moment right here. But I gotta make a couple calls. Fuck. All right. Yeah, the only thing about leaving the stream on is like right here. There's no commentary. There's no commentary. I don't want y'all to watch dead air. Fuck. Again, remember it's on lunch break. All right. What should I play? Maybe I can play something else. Put on music? Nah. I want to either play like an interview or some shit like that. I could just play. I could play the Tate interview with Aiden. Nah. Okay, never mind. I'll play one of these videos about Melly. I feel like we got to keep it all Melly today. I'm sorry. So, okay. Here we go. No, we watched all that shit already. I'll play the Measy interview. Let me see. Wow. Also, the Uzi vlog is dropping at like 3 or something like that. What the fuck is this? Give me a second. I'm going to find something for y'all to watch. By the way, as I said, I got to just step away to make a few calls and get situated for some stuff. It's a very big, important thing I got to do. Okay. I'll play this.
There's no one calling out Mr. Demons for being a fake.
So this is the top 7 wins for the YNW Melly prosecutors. So it's about 17 minutes. Enjoy this, all right? I'll be right back.
There's all I could find is support for Mr. Demons for being bled by other Bloods.
The prosecution has had some big wins in the YNW Melly double murder trial, from incriminating text messages to a crime scene reconstruction. We break them down. Well, first, before we begin, I have to apologize. My voice is not 100%. This is what happens when you do too much podcasting, okay? This is a warning for all you would-be podcasters out there. This is what could happen. It's okay. I'll get better. Let's move on. Let's talk about YNW Melly's double murder trial out of Broward County, Florida. So the Murder on My Mind rapper, whose real name is Jamel Demons, is charged with the murders of his 2 friends and fellow YNW group rappers, Christopher Thomas Jr., or YNW Juvie, and Anthony Williams, or YNW Sack Chaser. These men were found shot to death on October 26, 2018, after Melly's co-defendant, Cortland Henry, also known as YNW Bortland, pulled up to the hospital with the bodies of Thomas and Williams in his car, claiming that they were all victims of a drive-by shooting. However, the evidence has suggested that this was a staged drive-by shooting and that the shots actually came from inside the vehicle. Prosecutors say that after the 4 left a recording studio, Melly shot the victims, and then he and Henry took the car to an area where they fired upon the car, staging it to look like a drive-by shooting. Melly then gets out, and Bortland arrives at the hospital. Now, the prosecution has highlighted how the defendant was a member of a gang called the G-Shine Bloods, and maybe that was a potential motivation here. But we can't forget that there is a lot at stake here with this case because the death penalty is on the table if Melly is convicted. The law changed in Florida. It used to be you needed a unanimous vote for the death penalty. Well, now that law has changed. All you need is an 8-4 vote by the jury. Well, the prosecution has officially rested their case, so we wanted to take a look back and discuss, how did they do? Did they make any headway? Well, we think they did, because here are going to be the 7 wins for the prosecution. First up, where the shooting happened and where the victims were shot. So the prosecution called Sergeant Christopher Williams. This is a shooting reconstruction expert to the stand. And he was called to explain why it was only possible for this shooting to happen inside the car and not outside like a drive-by shooting.
So Mr. Williams was not even aware he was about to be shot. When Mr. Williams was shot, Mr. Thomas puts up his hands and is shot, and then is shot again. There's no time for anybody to switch a firearm. If there were, I believe one of those individuals would be alive. There's no time to switch. It was a very, a rather rapid event of firing.
Can you say the length of time between the fatal shots and then the staged drive-by shots later on?
It was enough time for the heart to stop beating, for there to be no circulation due to the wounds that I examined from the medical examiner's office. None of the wounds have any blood in them, which tells me that they're all ante-mortem wounds. So the time was long enough for the heart to stop beating.
Okay. Is there scientific or medical testing to recreate that in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, it's knowledge. It's I'm sure the medical examiner could say the same thing.
So in terms of, it's nothing that can be recreated with a live human?
Correct.
In terms of the number of shots, you said 17 outside the car. How many rounds were fired inside of the car?
3.
And can you exclude the shots to the head for Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas as coming from outside of the car?
Yes.
So the shooting happened inside and someone fired into the car afterwards from outside, presumably to stage this as a drive-by shooting. That's the assumption. And then Williams and also medical examiner Dr. Adrian Sorter explain where the victims were shot.
So Christopher Thomas had an injury to his left cheek. Part of that injury, his face or his cheek, if you will, had the tattooing or the stippling on there. The projectile that entered into Christopher Thomas, that's actually about in the middle of his cheek, was it was a full circle. There was no leading edge. There was nothing to indicate that his head was turned to the right, turned to the left. It was straight forward, looking forward.
If you could explain what this is?
This is showing the brain and the extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage it has and the lacerations that you can see to the right side of the cerebellum. So I inserted a rod to show that the trajectory from the injury from the left cheek went all the way through and crossed into the right side of the cranial occipital bone.
Where was this projectile recovered from?
On the right occipital bone.
It appears that the victims were shot on the left side. Now, why does that matter? Well, that leads me to the third win for the prosecution. Because if the jury accepts that the victim or victims were shot inside the car from someone on the left at close range, then it is significant where YNW Melly was sitting in that car. There is surveillance footage that was shown to the jury, and it appears to show YNW Melly, his co-defendant YNW Bortland, and the two victims, Thomas and Williams, exiting that recording studio on the night of the killings. And where does YNW Melly go? He sits in the left rear seat of the vehicle. Williams was in the front passenger seat. Thomas was in the right rear seat. And the prosecution has backed that up with DNA evidence.
On a three-person mixture, on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle material.
Yes.
Were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, Jamal Demons, in this case?
I did.
And what was your conclusion in a three-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Devens being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from Jamel Devens and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And what verbal qualifier did you give to that particular item of
Very-
Mr. Devens being included?
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
So Demon's DNA may have been found on the rear side door handle of that Jeep, again, helping to place him in that car.
You know, we've all probably had a night out where we had one too many drinks and woke up the next morning feeling awful. And you've probably wondered why there isn't something we could take to help us not feel quite as bad the next morning. I'm here to tell you there is a product that you can use to make you not feel quite as bad. This is it. It's called Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics is a pre-alcohol probiotic. It's the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. PhD scientists invented it to tackle those rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Z-Biotics produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. It's designed to work like your liver, but in your gut, where you need it most. Just remember to drink Z-Biotics before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best the next morning. If you want to try Z-Biotics, you can get a discount. Log on to zbiotics.com/sidebar to get 15% off your first order when you use sidebar at checkout. You can also sign up for a subscription using my code so you can stay prepared no matter the time or occasion. Z-Biotics is backed with 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked.
All right, now let's move on to another win for the prosecution. And this was part of the testimony of Travion Glass. Who is he? Well, Mr. Glass was with the defendant and the victims at the recording studio on the night of the killings. After he finds out that Williams and Thomas were shot to death, he goes to the hospital and then later winds up at this rapper's house named Fredo Bang. Well, listen to who he says shows up at that house and what he's wearing.
Who was at Fredo's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay, and it's because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. The only people I can remember.
Okay, was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
It was a new day. Nah, he wasn't.
Nah, he wasn't. You guys
He wasn't wearing the same clothes.
Okay, do you recall what he was wearing?
He just had on some shorts.
According to Mr. Glass, after this shooting, Melly wasn't wearing the same clothes that he was wearing earlier in the night. Now, of course, people can change. It's no big deal when they go places, they switch clothes, but is suspicious here that he isn't wearing the same clothes. He's the man accused of gunning down his friends at close range. Well, the next win for the prosecution had to go with gang evidence. It had to do with gang evidence. So the prosecution has been keen, as I said, on showing that YNW Melly was part of a violent gang known as the G-Shine Bloods, and maybe as a way to show his loyalty or affiliation, he killed his friends. This could also potentially become an aggravating factor in the penalty phase if the jury convicts Melly, and then they have to decide if the death penalty is warranted. So if this shooting was a part of gang activity, it's going to be important. Well, undercover detective Danny Polo from the Broward County Sheriff's Office took the stand to explain Melly's alleged gang affiliations.
So there's multiple videos of Mr. Demons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons was observed multiple times, more times than I can count, wearing the colors red, the colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So, what about adopting the use of a hand signs that's identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can. The physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs.
Jury could view the evidence once it comes in. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us. Jamel Demons, his birth name, is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder for the murders of his 2 friends, Chris Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams, back on October 26th of 2018. If he is convicted of first-degree murder, he faces a possible punishment of death under a lower threshold signed into law earlier this year by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. His co-defendant, Cortland Henry, will go to trial later this year in October. So as I mentioned, we will be taking your questions for the next hour until the lunch hour concludes. So keep them coming to us. With me to talk about this case and to answer your questions is Terry Austin. She is down at the Broward County Courthouse in Florida. Also with me is Brian Buckmeyer, an attorney and host here at Law and Crime, and Offie Patterson. She is an attorney as well out in California. But Terry, I want to start with you. What was it like during closing arguments in that courtroom this morning?
Well, Anjanette, first of all, that courtroom was packed. It was hard to get a seat. I think both sides wanted to make sure they were there for those closing arguments. And this morning, we heard from Judge Murphy. He gave all of the jury instructions to the jury. Most of them were standard. He defined for that jury what is premeditated first-degree murder, and he defined also manslaughter, which is the lesser included charge, so they could understand the difference between those two. And I will note that we were wondering whether or not he was going to do that felony murder charge, and he did not give the felony murder charge. So it's just the first-degree murder, premeditated, and also the manslaughter. Then after that, it was a very short, not even a break, basically a minute. And the judge said, okay, are you ready? And Ms. Bradley got up to do her closing argument. I will say, I do think, Anjanette, it was succinct, it was organized. She went through all of the evidence, and she stated that the motive, which she said she doesn't have to prove, and she does not, she stated it was greed, and that most of the motive had to do with money and resentment, that she believes that Melly was feeling as though he was carrying the weight of that YNW Melly, the whole collaborative, and he was doing all of the work, and this is the motive she's stating for the shooting. So very interesting. She definitely went through all of the evidence, the gun, the DNA, the investigation, the drive, and she did it fairly well, and I thought that it was not too long, and you could hear a pin drop in that courtroom, both during the jury instructions and absolutely during her closing argument. And as you said, Jeanette, we will hear the closing argument from the defense team when we return.
And we want to take a look, Terry, very briefly at a clip from the closing arguments, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Glass, the red Mitsubishi. What did we learn from Mr. Glass? We learned that the red Mitsubishi did not stop at the gate. And ladies and gentlemen, that's consistent with the physical evidence, with all of the cell phones, with everything else that cannot be changed by a person's failure to recall, that is in the records, that is on video. That's what you can show to corroborate, to show that he is being honest. Mr. Glass said Mr. Demons was not in the car, that red Mitsubishi, at any point on October 26th of 2018. Same 4 people got in, Same for people that.
So there was Christine Bradley in closing, just a small portion of it. She's using the puzzle piece analogy, that a lot of these prosecutors use in a circumstantial case where they say, all of these puzzle pieces are going to come together and it's going to paint a picture for you. Terry, I want to ask you about another thing just really briefly. There was an instruction that Judge Murphy read to the jury where I guess the jurors are going to be able to consider manslaughter as a lesser included offense in this case, which was that surprising to you?
It wasn't surprising because there was an argument before about including that manslaughter charge, and the prosecution actually asked for it. And to me, it signals they want to make sure they cover all their bases. The defense did not object to the manslaughter, so they both on each side think that there's a possibility, I believe, that they could have that lesser included. I think at the end of the day, it depends on how you think the evidence went in. If you want that jury to have something else to look at, if they don't come back with that first degree, I think that helps the prosecution. So it's in there, and it's there for them to consider. And the judge gave the definition and the difference between that first degree premeditated murder and the manslaughter, where you're not intending absolutely that they're going to, end up being premeditated. So that's what he ended up doing.
Brian, I wonder what you think of that, because it seems like a big leap from first degree murder, death penalty, possible punishment, to a lesser included of manslaughter.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense when you're going after that top charge and you're looking for the death penalty, but from the broader concept of we want to make sure we get him on at least something, I think it's more indicative of showing that the prosecution says, hey, there's a chance we can lose if we go for the ultimate punishment, so let's make sure that we have other options for the jury. She spent a very good amount of time, and I think she did a very good job, Prosecutor Bradley, in describing what premeditated was. The analogy of you forget your Mother's Day, and you go and you pull roses or flowers out just as you're approaching the home. That made sense, but I think for a case like this, and maybe why the defense didn't object, either you believe he did it or you don't. I don't think it's going to be a lesser included type of case.
Afi, what are your thoughts on this?
So I've been watching the prosecutor this morning, and I think she's been doing a solid job. I think that she is finally putting all the crumbs together that she's been piecemealing us. And I think she's definitely delivered a hot pie of conspiracy. I think that there's been just really good evidence that's been presented, which is the phone evidence. And for me, what was interesting was she pointed out the fact that there was definitely somebody in the car when Juvie and Zach were murdered. Who is that person? I think she did a great job presenting the evidence that there was nobody likely on that highway that night that could have gotten in the car. And I just think that, with respect to first degree murder or manslaughter, I think Brian said it, you either believe that he did it or he didn't. I think that the manslaughter was put in there. It's kind of like you can call it a catch-all if you want, or a backup if you want.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if maybe they think, okay, they're drunk and high and they're partying at the recording studio. He and Cortland fall asleep, and maybe something happened in the car and he didn't intend to do this, and it was an unintentional thing, but still did it. I wonder if they think the jury can reach that type of conclusion with the evidence that came in. Terry, let's get to the questions now. And Terry, this one's for you. So tell us a little bit about the schedule. It comes from Scully Wolf from YouTube. Is this the last day?
Well, this is the last day as far as anything going to that jury. They're going to hear the rest of the closing from the defense, and then they'll hear the rebuttal for the prosecution. The defense will get 3 hours, and then we'll hear from Christine Bradley, who does the rebuttal, and that will be 1 hour. And after that, we've already had the charges, so there's nothing left for this jury to hear. The judge will then hand the case over to the jury for them to begin deliberating. That will probably occur in the morning. It could occur this evening, but they will get the case and then they will begin their deliberations. My understanding is that today or Friday, once they start deliberating, they will end at 5:15. So if they end at 5:15 tomorrow's Friday, then they will, and they don't, let's say they don't have a verdict at that point, then they will stay over because they are being sequestered this weekend at the hotel. And we have been informed that they will come back. Let's say they don't have a verdict Friday evening at 5:15. They will come back on Saturday and they will deliberate here in the courtroom. They're only allowed to deliberate in the courtroom. And they could have questions. If they have questions, they ring the bell once. If they have a verdict, they ring the bell twice. And so we could very well be here over the weekend as well.
Could be a long weekend for that jury. You know, only they know where they will go with this. Brian, our next question is for you from Daddy Bars from YouTube. In this case, who would benefit more from a hung jury, the defense or the prosecution?
So let me put it the other way around. I think the prosecution will benefit in this, and this is why. If there is a hung jury, I think it's 100% chance the prosecution is going to want to retry Melly. And oftentimes, most people will tell you that the second trial, oftentimes a prosecutor has a greater advantage because a lot of the defense arguments that are made in the first trial, they're prepared for it. The defense's greatest strength in any case is the element of surprise. The prosecution has their case, they don't see the holes in it the way the defense does, and so the defense pokes those holes. But they go to a second case, the defense can't poke the same holes. They got to find new ones because the prosecution has then strengthened their case. So if it is a hung jury, I think it benefits the prosecution because of what will ultimately happen in that second trial.
Yeah, they basically get a do-over. You know, they get to see how it comes in, how the evidence is attacked, what the weaknesses and the strengths were of the presentation. So you just don't know when it comes to these things. All right, our next question is from Miss Duchess Florida, FLA, and it's from Twitter, Offie. The judge said the jury could charge him with manslaughter instead of first degree, in which he was charged. Is that normal to give the jury the option to choose a lesser charge?
Yeah, it absolutely is normal. It's called a lesser included offense. So you always want to charge the defendant with the highest charge that you think you can get a conviction for. But there is also, I hate to call it a backup, so to speak, and you can get those lesser included offenses in there, and that's what manslaughter is. Something that I found so interesting and important during the jury instructions as well is the judge said you don't have to render a verdict of not guilty just because there's reasonable doubt there. But if you have an overriding, abiding conviction of guilt, you don't have to render a verdict of not guilty. So I think that's also super important with respect to first degree murder versus manslaughter. I think it's going to be a lot easier to get that manslaughter conviction because of that jury instruction and just because of the lower threshold that comes with a manslaughter charge.
It's common, you know, for these prosecutors to request a lesser included offense. And sometimes the defense does it too. You know, not always, but it does happen. So it just all depends on how they believe the jury could view the evidence once it comes in. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Threads, and TikTok. I think I got them all there. I might have repeated one. We'll be right back. Stay with us. We'll take more of your questions. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
Really well.
and someone, or he, by he I mean Melly, got it back, or someone brought it back to him, and he resumed his business as usual. That's what it looks like to me. I've just been following the phone and going with the phone data.
Our next question comes from Nick Knox, rather, 712 from Instagram. Terry, shouldn't the prosecution get more time than the defense in closing arguments since they have the burden of proof?
Well, the way our system works is they both get equal amounts of time. They do have that burden of proof, and because of that, they get an opportunity to do the rebuttal. They get that very last word. So that does give them a slight advantage. And I think what Christine Bradley did, and she did it well, is she laid out the case. She laid out her foundation for saying why she believes, one, that the shooting occurred inside that car, and why she believes, two, that Melly was the one in the back seat inside that car. She now gets a chance to hear what the defense has to say, and then she will get the last word. So she does get an advantage. The prosecution is given that advantage, and the advantage is the last word.
Threads question for you, Brian Buckmeyer. Southpaw Mac asks, after today, how much time will the jury have to decide the verdict in YNW Melly's case?
So thank you for the question. They would have all the time they want. No judge or prosecutor or defense attorney is going to rush them to get to that decision. Right now, I would say, as Terry Austin said earlier, they can even go into the weekend on Saturday. I would imagine they would have a week or probably 2 weeks at the very least until someone starts asking questions of, is this potentially a hung jury? Because it is a death penalty case, they're going to give them all the time in the world because if you do rush a jury, or you do have any kind of influence on how or when they make the decision, that is an appellate issue, and you don't want that in a death penalty case.
Afi at Sundance JR from Twitter asks, why did YNW Melly send a drop pin to a friend to be picked up if the lone defense witness claims he was at home? Guilty.
So that's a good question. So then now we have to believe, was it Melly using what we now believe is his phone, that 9807 number, or was it someone else? Because remember, nobody on the defense side has admitted that he was using the phone and that he dropped that pin. That's just an argument that we've received from the prosecution. And it's also a very logical argument. It's a very logical argument. And again, the prosecution has done everything to point to the fact that that was his phone. He was using it. It was in constant use. We've got thousands of pictures and videos of Melly on that phone. So I think that, it's a great argument and a great position to believe that he dropped that pen and that it was him.
Terry Haley Perry from Facebook asks, why didn't they have Melly do a lie detector test or something of that sort?
That's an excellent question. Why didn't they also test him for, gun residue? They didn't do a lot as far as that's concerned. I'm not sure why they didn't do a lie detector test. That's something that's not usually admitted into court because it's not reliable, and they would prefer to, have reliable, credible witnesses on the stand or circumstantial evidence if they have it. And so the prosecution has used all of the circumstantial evidence that they have. They've done that cell phone tower. They've done the gun expert. They've done the DNA. They've done all of that, and that's how they're trying to prove their case, not with some lie detector, which most courts have ruled don't have the reliability to be introduced into evidence because you can just be nervous and it could seem as though you were lying. So I'm assuming that's why they didn't bother to do a lie detector test for anybody, frankly. But they should have done some gun residue and some other testing and clothing gathering and all the things that the defense is saying the investigation did not follow through with.
Yeah, the polygraphs are inadmissible in court, but cops use them as like an investigative tool to try to detect deception, and you have to consent to it. I'm sure Melly didn't give a statement. He's not going to submit to a polygraph. Jeremy Lopez from YouTube, Brian, what verdict do you think will be the most likely outcome, and why would you say the prosecution proved without a reasonable doubt that Melly is guilty?
So that's difficult, not seeing all of the summations, because if you had asked me this question before the prosecution did their closing, I would have leaned more to the defense. But now it seems that I think someone said it earlier, they really put together all the breadcrumbs really well. But as a defense attorney, I think of reasonable doubt as a whole. The prosecution, the better they are, the tighter and smaller that hole becomes. However, I don't think that hole is completely gone. I do think the defense has the ability to poke some holes, and I'll give some examples. The reason why I say that is the prosecution did a really good job of logical statement, logical statement, logical statement, and then made a leap and said, well, this is what that means. And that was their entire summation. Now, if you want to make the leap with them, for example, he's a blood, and we show him talking about being a blood, and he's a part of the gang, and when he kills them, he now gets more venues and he gets more notoriety, and that's why he did it. Well, that seems like a very large leap to believe that's why he killed them, but the rest of that is logical. If the defense can open up that reasonable doubt, I think they'll do a very good job, but don't forget, the prosecution gets the last word, so I think right now it's anyone's game, or anyone's case. Sorry, it's not a game, it's a serious trial.
Afi, Jed Casey 8 from Instagram asks, is the jury allowed to ask questions when deliberating, such as, why did the car stop and Melly get in? What was the reason for this? Or do they just have to make their own assumptions based on the evidence provided?
Oh, great question. I really enjoy jury deliberations because you can tell a lot about what they're deciding between, whether it's guilty or not guilty, or whether in this case it's going to be between the first degree murder charge and the manslaughter charge. You're not allowed to ask any side to elaborate and to fill in the holes. The prosecution and the defense, that's their job before the jury gets their charges and before they start deliberations. But you can't ask, hey, the prosecution is required to prove this element of the crime. What does this element mean? Explain this or that to me with respect to the law, right? So explain to me what first degree murder means. Explain to me what this element means in manslaughter. And when a jury asks those questions, usually each side can determine where their jury is leading.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming in on all of our social media platforms. I'm Anjanette Levy. You're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Telling the truth, and if the court wants to, they could charge one or the other with perjury. I think it'd be very difficult, though, because I don't know how the court would establish that either one of them was lying. They're both giving their recollection as to what's happening, and while they are, contradictory statements, I think it would be difficult to charge them with perjury at this point in time in any event.
Brian, this next question's for you. It's from Breezy West from YouTube. Why would Bortland sit inside the vehicle and let Melly shoot inside the vehicle while they were staging the drive-by?
Good question. Unfortunately, I'm not his attorney, nor do I know what he was thinking, but I'm guessing it was a surprise to him that he didn't see it coming, which, again, I think this came up earlier, lends itself to why not kill Bortland too? If you're surprising and shooting these other two people, did you have like a long conversation with Bortland where he like swore never to rat you out or whatever it may be? Why he did what he did at that time or why he said it was a drive-by shooting, I have no clue. But it's another thing that the prosecution can't prove. And if it's a burning question and goes to the heart of a charge, it could be an issue for the prosecution's case.
This makes me think about the damage to the Jeep, Brian, that front end damage. It's like, did it happen while the car was moving? I mean, that kind of leads you to believe possibly it did.
Yeah, maybe that makes a lot of sense, Anjanette. Maybe the shots went off and I'm assuming like anyone else driving a car, you hear gunshots behind you, especially at that loud because it's inside the car and not out. You're going to swerve. You're going to go off the road. It makes sense that he could have crashed, turned around and then saw two of the four people in the car bleeding to death.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to our next question. At the bowl _21 from Twitter. If the cell phone shows that the car stopped Offie on Pembroke Road and US 27, why isn't there any surveillance from the fire training center or the waste management recycling facility?
I think it goes to the investigation. So, and it also goes to the fact that there may have been no surveillance in that particular area. When they requested the surveillance, it could have been at a point when those two entities erased the tape or they recycled the tape. Who knows? I'm assuming there was an absence of that evidence for the reason that it never existed, or it was discarded somehow, or it was never requested.
Let's get to this next question. Rhyme for Reason, from YouTube. Who did the third phone found in the Jeep belong to, Terry? Why didn't the detective investigate that phone?
Well, apparently that was a prepaid phone. So we had Anthony Williams' phone, we had Christopher Thomas's phone, and this one was a prepaid phone. I think they attributed that prepaid phone to Henry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they did.
There, yeah, exactly. And so my understanding is there wasn't much on that phone, and it wasn't anything that they were looking to find out from that phone. It was left in the car, and they ended up retrieving all three of those phones. If you recall the testimony, they said that the information on all three phones actually was destroyed, and so two of them, I guess, burned up, and the other one, the information just was no longer available. So they had those phones, but it didn't really provide them with any data inside the phone. They only knew about locations. They don't have any information as to what was in those phones in terms of messages, etc.
And the one they attributed to Cortland Henry was, it was a minutes phone where you buy minutes, and it appeared to be out of minutes. Let's get to another question. Iona Quinn from YouTube. Brian, do you guys feel the state has given enough evidence for the jury? Seems like she's only basing he's guilty by the phone being in the car. We all leave our phones somewhere.
Yeah. I don't think at this point that, let me backtrack on this. It's a circumstantial evidence case, so I don't think we're ever going to get that direct evidence that says, here he is, he did it, gun in hand, we've got it. They don't even have a gun, they can't do that. But what I think that prosecutor Bradley did do was shut off enough reasonable angles that this could have occurred. So the cell phones traveling together, reasonable to suggest that he's with them. They didn't verge off in different directions. He stopped at the location. She said, well, I believe that's when they started clearing up the crime scene and picking up the shell casings. She gave us enough to say, hey, most of these arguments that the defense are going to make aren't reasonable. The question is, can the defense come back and either elevate those and say, she's making a logical leap here, guys. She can't actually know this. That's just her impression. And you can't convict based on an impression. Or they can raise other reasonable doubts through other parts of testimony and say, this is why you should not find him guilty. I think there's still a little bit of reasonable doubt on the table, but prosecution always gets the last word. Maybe they can wipe that away.
Prosecution does get the last word, and the defense will have its turn after the lunch break, which ends in about 35 minutes here. And I know we're all looking forward to hearing what they have to say and where they go with this, other than, they didn't prove their case, which they said in their opening statement as well, that they can't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Guys, stay with us. We're going to take more of your questions after the break. Keep them coming in on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, my bad. I said I'm working on 2 different plays here. That's if you're wondering why the fuck I'm not at the computer or whatever. It's one happens to be like could be a huge interview. We'll see. And I hate last minute shit, but sometimes the best things happen to be last minute. So I'm kind of like trying to get these things going on. By the looks of it, I'm probably gonna have to. After the stream, I'm gonna try to give you like another hour of like just me on some regular shit. I do want to hear. I want to come back for whenever they have the defense starting their final arguments. But I might have to run after that just to go get some shit going on. You know what I mean? Anyway,
good afternoon and welcome to the Frank and Pam Bearfield.
Did y'all hear about this case where there was this black woman? Her name is Carly Russell. She claims she got abducted. She was found. And basically, this is another Jussie Smollett type of situation. They're saying she fucking lied. They're saying that they got all the surveillance footage and shit like that. She was never abducted. This chick was just clout chasing and attention seeking. The police precinct did a whole press conference about it. And yeah, I kind of want to play this. I know I'm in and out of the room, but yeah, I'm on a bunch of calls right now.
Training Center. I'm Captain Keith Sescaleba, that's spelled Keithsescaleba, with the Hoover Police Department. Joining me at the podium today will be Hoover Mayor Frank Brocato, spelled Brocato, and Hoover Police Chief Nick Durzis, spelled DE.
Thank you and good afternoon for you all coming today. You know, 6 days ago our community learned about the disappearance of Carly Russell, and it sent fear and pandemonium not just through our city but the entire state and the nation as well. The media quickly joined us to get the word out about Carly. Our community sprung into action and they organized search parties, arranged prayer vigils, and they took other steps that I'm not even aware of to help in this situation. The Hoover Police Department quickly rallied multiple partner agencies, stopping at nothing to find Carly. I'd like to take this time to say thank you first to the Hoover Police Department, our partner agencies, our wonderful community, and to all those that aided in some way in connection with this situation. Days have gone on and more information has been shared. We know everyone has questions. The Hoover Police Department is known for being very methodical and thorough with their investigations. For that reason, we did not feel comfortable speaking in detail publicly until now. It is important that we share this information now so that our community can be put at ease. So at this time, I'll turn the microphone over to Hoover Police Chief Nick
Find out
Durzis.
from that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank everyone for being here today. Besides me stands the team who played a significant role in this investigation. I want to thank our department, members of surrounding local law enforcement agencies, the FBI, Secret Service, United States Marshals, and ALEA for their assistance in this case. We said from the evening of July 13th, our focus would be the safe return of Carly Russell. That occurred on Saturday, July 15th, approximately 49 hours after she called 911 and disappeared. From that point, our focus has been to determine Carly's whereabouts during that time and what exactly took place. Let me say up front, this investigation is not over. We're still working this case, and we'll be working this case until we uncover every piece of evidence that helps us account for the 49 hours that Carly Russell was missing. However, through the public interest, and in some cases, public fear that this story has generated, we owe it to our citizens to tell them the facts that we have uncovered. So I will give you the facts that we know today. On July 13th, at approximately 8:20 p.m., Carly left work from a business at the Summit. Surveillance video from her place of employment shows Carly concealed a dark-colored bathrobe, a roll of toilet paper, and other items belonging to the business prior to her departure. She ordered food from Tzatziki's at the Colonnade and traveled there. She then traveled to Target on 280, where she purchased some granola bars and Cheez-Its. From there, she remained in the parking lot at that shopping center until 9:21 p.m. when she drove to I-459. Carly communicated on her cell phone with individuals known to her while on her path of travel up to the point of calling 911 at 9:34 p.m. And at this time, we will play the 911 call in its entirety.
Hi, I am on Interstate 459, and there is a kid just walking by themselves. Oh, hold on. Where on 459 are you? I'm right next to the exit 10 by the Hoover Med, like to get off by the Hoover Med. Okay, so you're before that exit? Yes. Okay, and were you headed southbound or northbound? Like towards Tuscaloosa or toward 280? Towards Tuscaloosa. Okay. And was the child on the left or right side? On the right side. Were they walking northbound or southbound? They're walking towards Tuscaloosa. Walking southbound? Or how old do they look? Like a toddler, like maybe like 3 or 4. Did you pull over with them? Are you still with them? Yes. Okay, are you with the child right now? No, I'm not. I didn't get out of the car. I can see them though. Do you mind staying and keeping an eye on them until we get there? Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, what kind of car are you in? I'm in a red Mercedes-Benz. Is it a sedan or SUV? SUV. I mean, it's a sedan. Sorry. Can you put your hazards on for me? Yeah, they're on. Okay. Did you talk to the child at all, or did you say anything to them? No. Okay. No. Do they look like they're injured? No, they don't. Are they white, like Hispanic, or Asian? They're white. Okay. Is it male or female? I think it's a boy, a little boy. White male? Okay. So is he wearing clothes? Yes. Okay. What is he wearing? It's a white t-shirt, and it doesn't look like he has any pants on. It looks like a diaper. And you don't see any cars anywhere? No, no cars anywhere. Okay. All right. What's your name? My name is Carly Russell. And you don't see any injuries on the child from where you're at, correct? No, but I can't really see them that good. Okay, try to keep an eye on them for the best that you can, because I don't want you to lose track of them. Okay. All right, and do they have shoes on? No. Shoes? Not that I can see. I can't really see that look. Okay. All right, I've got them on the way, okay? Just try to keep an eye on them, but the officers are on the way, okay? Okay, thanks. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Carly called a relative after speaking with the 911 operator. She went missing during that conversation sometime after 9:36 p.m. Traffic camera footage was obtained which depicted this portion of the incident, and that footage was analyzed as part of the investigation in conjunction with the 911 call and cell phone data to accurately determine the time frame. Carly's 911 call remains the only report of a child on the interstate, despite numerous vehicles passing through the area at that time. No one has called to report that a child is missing, and the Hoover Police Department did not locate any evidence of a small child walking down the interstate. Data from Carly's phone, including her Life 360 app, shows that she traveled approximately 600 yards in her vehicle while she was on the phone with 911, stating that she was following a child. 600 yards. That is 6 football fields straight. 600 yards. The Hoover 911 Center received a second call from Carly's mother stating that a relative was on the phone with her when they heard Carly scream, and then they had an open phone line. Hoover police officers arrived on the scene within 5 minutes of being dispatched, and several other officers arrived shortly. They located Carly's wig and cell phone in the grass near the vehicle. Her purse was located in the front seat of her vehicle with her Apple Watch in the purse. The food she ordered for Tzatziki's was also in the car. The items she purchased from Target, as well as the items taken from her place of employment, were not in the vehicle nor were they located anywhere around the scene. Hoover Police deployed all available assets from the point in the search for Carly. Additional resources were called in to include our own drone unit, crime scene investigators. Numerous detectives responded to the scene. Throughout the day Friday, officers from surrounding local and federal agencies assisted Hoover Police in the search for Carly Russell. Officers returned to the scene on 459 to conduct a thorough line search for evidence. K-9 teams from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department responded to check for any sign of Carly, the child that she claimed to see, and anything else that could be considered evidence in this case. Those searches all turned up empty. Private citizens, including search parties organized by her family, friends, began looking everywhere that they could to find any trace. These searches took place throughout the day Friday and again on Saturday, yielding nothing. At 10:44 p.m. on July 15th, the Hoover 911 center receives a call from Carly's residence stating that she returned home on foot. In subsequent investigations, detectives obtained surveillance footage of Carly walking down the sidewalk alone prior to arrival at her residence. She was conscious and speaking with paramedics when she was transported to UAB. Detectives were able to obtain a brief statement from her prior to being treated and released. During the statement, she told detectives that while traveling down the interstate, she saw a baby walking down the side of the road and called 911. She stated when she got out of her vehicle to check on the child, a man came out of the trees and mumbled that he was checking on the baby. She claimed that the man then picked her up and she screamed. She stated he then made her go over a fence. She claims he then forced her into a car, and the next thing she remembers is being in the trailer of an 18-wheeler. She stated that the male was with a female. However, she never saw the female, only hearing her voice. She also told detectives she could hear a baby crying. Detectives, the male had orange hair with a big bald spot on the back. She said she was able to escape the 18-wheeler and fled on foot, only to be captured again and was put in a car. She claimed she was then blindfolded but was not tied up because the captor said they did not want to leave impressions on her wrists. She said that they took her into a house and made her get undressed. She believes they took pictures of her, but she does not remember them having any physical or sexual contact. She stated the next day she woke up and was fed cheese crackers by the female. She said the woman also played with her hair, but could not remember anything else. At some point, she was put back in a vehicle she claims was able to escape while it was in the West Hoover area. She told detectives she ran through lots of woods until she came out near her residence. During this interview, detectives noted that Carly had a small injury to her lip, and she claimed that her head was hurting. She also had a tear in her shirt. Detectives also noted that she had $107 cash in her right sock. Out of respect for Carly and her family, detectives did not press for additional information in this interview and made plans to speak with her in detail after giving her time to rest. Detectives continue analyzing data from Carly's cell phone that was left behind at the scene. We enlisted the help of the United States Secret Service in conducting this analysis. Part of what data included several internet searches in the days leading up to their disappearance that I think are very relevant to this case. On July 11th at 7:30 a.m., the term, "Do you have to pay for an Amber Alert?" was searched. On July 13th at 1:03 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term, "How to take money from a register without being caught?" was searched. On July 13th at 2:13 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term Birmingham bus station was searched. On July 13th, 2:35 a.m., a search for a one-way bus ticket from Birmingham to Nashville was conducted with a departure date of July 13th. On July 13th at 12:10 p.m., a search for the movie Taken, a film about abduction, was conducted. There were two searches related to Amber Alerts on a computer at Carly's place of employment, including one regarding the maximum age of an Amber Alert. There were other searches on Carly's phone that appeared to shed some light on her mindset, but out of respect for her privacy, we will not be releasing the content of those searches at this time. We've asked to interview Carly a second time, but have not been granted that request. As you can see, there are many questions left to be answered, but only Carly can provide those answers. What we can say is that we've been unable to verify most of Carly's initial statement made to investigators, and we have no reason to believe that there is a threat to the public safety related to this particular case. Thank you very much.
With that, we'll open the floor for some questions. Please raise your hand and I will call on you. Carol.
Chief, do you expect any charges against Carly Russell in connection with the disappearance and in connection with what was taken from the Woodhouse spa?
Right now, our focus is to determine those 49 hours, so the investigation continues. So to be perfectly honest with you, that hasn't even entered our mind or been discussed.
One more question. Is it surprising to you that the family has not been cooperative in returning to be questioned?
Well, I think the family has stated to us that they didn't think that in her mental state right now, because of trauma of the incident, that she's not ready to talk, is what we've been told.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, question for Chief. You stated that the abductor had orange hair. Was this abductor black male? Was the female black female, white female?
I believe it's a white male. Am I correct by saying that? Was it ever? Yeah, white male.
Is this alleged abductor yet on loose in the Hoover area?
Don't believe so.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Brittany Dion, WBRC. Has a toxicology report been done, and were any drugs or illegal substances found in her system?
We have no report of that.
Is any indication of mental illness in this case?
There's been a concern in the community that if this turned out not to be a true story, that the next time a young woman of color was missing, that it might not be taken seriously. How would you respond to that?
I'd respond to say that we investigate every crime to the fullest, just like we have this one.
Was she traveling with anyone? Excuse me. Was she traveling with anyone since the time she disappeared, to your knowledge?
And not to my knowledge.
Chief, I know you said you weren't able to verify a lot of aspects of the story. Where do you think she went, and how would you characterize what happened here?
You know, that's the $100 question. You know, we pretty much know exactly what took place from the time she left work until she got on the 911 call, and we can see getting out of the car on the interstate from that footage. And after that, I think she only knows. We don't know.
Well, one quick follow-up. Her parents. Did you speak with Carly's parents, and why do you think it is they were so adamant that there was an abductor?
Yeah, I think parents are believing what their daughter's saying, and we've had a very good rapport with the parents, met with them on several occasions. I've talked to them today a few times, and to make them understand that we're under pressure from our community, not only in our community of the state, but nationally when the story hit. And I just wanted them to understand that today we were going to have a press conference, and what we were going to detail today are facts. And everything that I've told you today is actual facts. It's not innuendos. It's not what I think. It's not what these detectives think. It is the factual information that we have.
Chief, Audrey Robinson, WBRC. How much time do you think you'll give the family before going back to Carly for sentencing?
Well, I think our detectives have talked to the parents, and we're ready. We're ready to talk as soon as she's ready. So, you know, she called right now. We're ready.
You had one word to describe what went on. What would that be?
How about unknown? You know, we know the facts that we have. Everything else is unknown at this time.
In the back.
What have the past few days been like for you, your department? This has been a stressful search, hasn't it?
Well, absolutely. And again, the focus of the investigation that Thursday, when she went missing, of course, the focus was to get Carly home. That's what we want all. We wanted her safe and sound. And that's all happened. And then, of course, this has gotten to be not only a local, state story, but a national story. So, you know, it is. It's a lot of stress on everyone in the Hoover Police Department, and the mayor, to every citizen here. We want to know the truth.
As you stand here, are you frustrated?
I wouldn't say I'm frustrated. I mean, I'm very happy that Carly's home. That was the main ingredient here, and then we'll figure it out. I promise you that. We'll end up figuring it out.
Any idea about the number of manpower hours or the expense of the drones and all the rest of the search that might cost the city and the state and federal government?
Yeah, we haven't had time to consider that, but it's you know, again, these detectives that are here, this is just a small group of people that have been associated with this case. We have put every available resource that we have on this case because we wanted to make sure that we found out everything. We wanted to get her home, and we have. Not that I'm aware of.
Can you just expand on the people from the state, the federal resources brought in? What were they doing exactly as you all were searching for her? Can you just expand on that?
Sure. A lot of the from the FBI side, several agents helping us interview. I mean, as you well know, in a case like this, especially when it goes national, we got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of calls. And when you get those calls, some of them may just be outlandish, but you've got to follow up on them, because you never know that you may get that one tidbit. And I'd also say too that we had a great cooperation with the family. The family received hundreds and hundreds of tips, and every time they got a tip, they sent it to us.
Would you say a crime has been committed in this case?
Determine that now.
Keith Mims, WAGG 610 Summit Media. Question for Chief. With all of the searches that you mentioned, Chief, that were on Carly's phone, does that kind of give you an indication of her mind state during this ordeal, the 48 hours that she went missing?
Well, again, we want to talk in facts, and I do think it's highly unusual to the day that someone gets kidnapped, that 7 hours, 8 hours before that they're searching the internet, Googling the movie Taken about an abduction. I find that very, very strange. Yes.
Yes. Do you feel confident, do your investigators feel confident that you know why Carly Russell may have done this?
No, we do not know. Absolutely not.
Chief, can you explain for us, you mentioned that while I believe you said that Carly was on the phone with 911, she was traveling 6 football fields, which tells you what?
Which tells me that I've had kids, and I'm sure a lot of people here have, and it's very, very, again, she said it, and I'm not saying it couldn't happen, because I've always been one of these guys, never say never, but 6 football fields. I mean, I like athletics, I like football. 6 football fields. To think that a toddler, barefoot, that could be 3 or 4 years old, is going to travel 6 football fields without getting in the roadway, without crying, without any just moving down. It's just very hard for me to understand.
Chief, have you used any technology to enhance the video from 459, and did you see a man grab her?
We did not see, from what we can tell. We don't see anybody on the interstate other than her car and then someone getting out of her driver's side. We have sent that off to the FBI for enhancement. It has not been returned.
Do you think in this case that charges will be forthcoming towards Carly Russell, and how serious of a crime is it to not only fabricate a 911 call, but to lie to law enforcement during an investigation?
Well, again, that's not something that we've been discussed since we're going through the still investigation. But, people have to understand that when someone says something like this, we put every available resource. Everybody comes together from, like I say, state, local, federal. It's just a lot of work, and the gentleman earlier said frustrated. I mean, it is a little frustrating to think that all this has been done and we can't find anything out.
Did anyone see her calling in from the side of the road when she made that 911 call?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, last question here. Is this investigation held up until you can speak once again to Carly Russell?
Well, there's a few things that we're still doing, but obviously we want to talk to Carly as soon as we can. And do an in-depth interview, and at that time, I think we'll have these investigators doing some other things. So
that's all the questions we're going to answer today. We appreciate you guys coming, and we'll be following up with y'all later. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, Chief.
Thank you very much.
All right, man. Another cloud chasing individual. It appears that this woman staged some type of, abduction. Not too sure what the goal was, but the police have uncovered it that she was never abducted at all. Sound like also there was a kid involved. I don't really know the full story. I've just kind of got onto it, but I ain't gonna lie, man. Listen, I get we have a racial dynamic in the United States. I get a lot of times people say African Americans' voices aren't being heard, whether it's when we speak up about police brutality and other things. But when we got a bunch of liars that are just making up shit, because these days it is profitable to be a victim, and you get the Jussie Smolletts of this world, and you get the Carly Russells of this world, who basically wants to use racial division to furthered their own selfish goals of either usually, advancing their own career or gaining some fame or some type of, monetary compensation. Those people ain't allies. Those people are enemies, okay? They're just wolf in sheep's clothing, not because we share the same pigment to our skin. It means that they're here for the same mission. These people want to see and weaponize hatred against another race. So these people should get locked up 100%. You over here lying, like I ain't gonna lie to you. Anybody who makes some false report, I would like some accountability to be had. I seen this one thing about this football player, soccer player, whatever, and he was accused of sexual assault, and he beat the case, but his career is done, and like his life is ruined. Nothing happens to the. And by the way, it was like it's not even like it was like, oh, maybe he's one of those. It was like completely bullshit. His career is done, and everybody's looking at him like, well, what could you do now? Unfortunately, we as men, we're kind of in a place or position where you can't really do it. Like the quote unquote victims, they get completely protected whether they're victims or not. So you get people who are incentivized to lie. You know what I mean? The person who makes the accusation or the person who plays victim first is a person who usually seen as the person of truth. So again, people like Carly Russell and what's that other fool name? Jussie Smollett, jail him. Fuck it. What the? Oh, somebody said that's not true. Mendy just got a contract with. Well, regardless, it changed the trajectory of his career. I think you probably could agree that his career would have been further along if this shit didn't fuck up his life. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those type of things. All right, yo, we're still waiting for the jurors to come back from lunch. The YNW Melly trial is going on. We're waiting for the defense to give their closing arguments. Again, I apologize for like the last hour or so. I've been taking a lot of calls and setting up some things. I have a play that I gotta hit like pretty much as soon as this stream is over. So I want to sit here with y'all until we hear at least how they're gonna start their closing statements for the defense, and then after that I have to run. I gotta skedaddle. You know what I mean? But let me hear what these guys got to say.
With being a blood, then she showed his participation or his association with the gang, and then just talked about things that benefited him afterwards, like him getting more notoriety or him getting additional venues. But he's a rapper. He's going to get venues. He raps in a genre of music where violence is part of their credit. It's part of their currency. But it doesn't mean that he did it to get that. It's again one of those logical leaps. And even when the way she said it, it was kind of like, oh yeah.
By the way, have y'all noticed that the conversation with everybody analyzing it is not if he did it? Everybody's assuming like, damn it, he did it. They're just trying to see if he's going to get the death penalty, which means he would have did it to further his status or further the gang of the G-Shine Bloods.
Not trying both Cortland and Melly together? No, because Melly was facing the possibility of the death penalty, so they couldn't be tried together. And Cortland Henry is not facing that potential death sentence. So let's get to another question here. I had one for you, Offie, that I thought was pretty good for you. I heard a few contradictions in the state argument, such as Melly didn't want to leave any witness, but he didn't kill Cortland Henry. Does the state have this type of room for errors?
The state always has a lot of flexibility because usually jurors believe that if the defendant is in court and he's been charged with something, that there's a good reason that he's there, whether it's that he's guilty of what he's actually charged with or not is something else. But they definitely believe he has a reason to be there. I don't think that she did a great job advancing the idea that he didn't want to leave any witnesses. I also don't think she did a fantastic job explaining, again, going back to motive, we know that there may have been an issue between Melly and Sack, but why are we also involving Juvie in this? What is the motive to end his life? So I think there are a lot of questions that are left open, and she's asking us again to make a lot of leaps of logic. And, I think that leaves a lot to be desired on the prosecution side.
Mm-hmm. Instagram question from DJ Louie Lou. Brian, the defense witness stated the vehicles stopped at one point so Melly can get out and get into the other vehicle. My question is, how did they coordinate this? That's a great question.
From my understanding, and the prosecution brought this up as well, and I thought to myself, well, if two vehicles are traveling together at the same time and they're either close to each other or whatnot, you just yell from one car to the other. I mean, in college, I played college soccer, and we, in Queens College, didn't have the money to get a giant bus. We had multiple cars that drove us there, and sometimes you'd pull up to a light, and the other vehicle would pull up next to you and say, hey, these guys want to go get food. Do you want to go pull over here and get some food? And we did it. Now, if you checked our phones, would there be any communication as to why we pulled over to get food? No, but two vehicles traveling in the same place, they can do this thing called talking out the window.
Okay, so our next question. This is from Twitter, at SPNCOCE20. Will Fredo Bang, be charged with accessory after the fact?
I wildly doubt it. I think that his only interest from the prosecution's perspective was being a witness in this case. And I don't know for sure, but I've heard and I've read, and I'm only speculating that he pled the fifth, and that is the reason that he wouldn't testify, or he was offered immunity, but he couldn't be guaranteed immunity on a federal level or outside of the state. I'm not sure, but I certainly doubt that he's going to face any charges in this case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like that would have already happened if they were going to do that. Let's see. If there is a hung jury, Brian Buckmeyer, do you think Melly will get a bond while waiting on a new trial? This comes from Brittany Garcia from YouTube.
Yeah, so there will definitely be the argument if there is a hung jury, and based on the numbers, either side would have a stronger argument. What I mean by that, if it's 9 to convict and 3 to acquit, the prosecution would say, hey, we were almost there. We were 3/4 of the way there, and so we at least feel that he is still a danger. There are civilian witnesses who could be tampered with. There are people who could be lost or murdered or whatever it may be. We want the remand or no bond or bail to be instituted. But if it's 9-3 or any kind of positive number towards acquitting, I think the defense has a very strong argument as to why he should be given at least some form of bond. You shouldn't be held indefinitely without the possibility of bail for most crimes. Many argue that murder, depending on the circumstances, would include that as well. So I think there's an argument for it. Whether or not the judge will agree, that's yet to be decided or seen.
All right, well, that's all.
All right, we'll glad you're back to court. Bro, is this shit not coming back? All right, bro. Chat. I ain't gonna lie. I'm getting the fuck over here. Whenever this shit is back, I'll try to pop back on. But like, I feel like I just have y'all in limbo, and nothing's happening. We're just waiting on a bunch of nothing. All right, chat. Let me go handle some business. I will be back. All right. Love y'all. Talk to you soon.